then, yeah, we have to repair it, but the people who have to use it are the ones who should be picking this out. So my friend came along, and we're looking at stuff, and you're looking at a demo of one of the automation systems, and one of the other engineers was, chimed up because my friend asked a question. He goes, well, I don't know you. What do you do? And he goes, oh, I'm the program director of Connecticut. And the engineers went bat crackers. They were like, now why the hell is a program director doing here? What kind of say do you have? And I had to step in and say, I'm like, he's a friend of mine. In fact, we're best friends. And they couldn't believe it. It was like another world. They're like, well, I can't believe you're fraternizing with programming. I'm like, are you kidding? We own a plane together. We're totally best friends. And I explained why the program director should be the ones picking the automation system. Yeah, that was a low point. That was definitely a low point at the NAB, but I still think it made sense.
W2VW, well, it's a whole different scale. I was dealing with
What's up, Matt?
A giant, very, very large flagship station, and there's bazillion dollars, and you're seeing the governor and the mayor walking down the hall. Back when I used to work over there, you'd see who's the one guy that I read? Mr. T. Mr. T one time was holding court out in the hallway, talking about loving the children. And stuff like that would go on there, or, bands that like, wow, I'd love to see these guys, and you'd see all their equipment dropped off by the elevators to be hauled into the studio and set up, and they'd, they'd go in there at 2 p.m. and practice. So it was a whole different scale of stuff. And no interfacing with the program people in my life at all. Zero. None. The only time that I would even discuss that with anybody would be if we had like emergency work that had to be done, or we had something that was going to affect us. And wanted to know if it was okay, and winter sweeps over, and if it's an emergency, we'll still do it. When do we minimize it? When the weather radar started becoming a thing there for me, that I would deal with the weather people directly, and the people who ran that, to let them know, your stuff isn't going to work. We're doing a factory service, and 2 guys are going to climb up inside the radome and install a new gear head because they've been recalled, that kind of stuff. But everything, we had 3 different hubs when I worked there, where all the programming's done remotely. It started out, the master control was at 30 Rock. I actually helped rip that apart. And they had all the stuff they were throwing away. Anyway.
Yeah. I don't think I would have lasted long in the TV world. The radio world was weird enough.
A lot of fun, man, but sometimes way too much fun, like when my facility at the Empire State Building got flooded.
How?
Funny you should ask. It was MLK Day in 2012, and I could have taken the day off, but I didn't. So I went in early, and I left early. It was like 2:20, and I'm on my way out of there in the Lincoln Tunnel, and my phone blows up all of a sudden. And I'm on a bus, okay? I'm not in a car, and there's no stopping this bus. People, not only would people kill you, but they would revive you and kill you again if you try to, Anyway, I had to go all the way home, but I had to talk in a no-talking, a quiet bus. Like, if you talk, people will choke you. So I had to go to the back of the bus. I was looking for Rosa Parks. She wasn't there. I did ask. I'm in the back of the bus, mumbling to this guy who his first language is Polish, and I said, look, I can't get back here. It's going to take me a full 2 hours. Here's what you do. You've got to patch this over to that, over to that, to that, to that. At least you can get the ENG stuff going again, and we're going to be on the backup transmitter. There's nothing you can do about it until I get back. So this guy did a really good job. He got us, there was half the power from the place was out. We had redundant power. So half the equipment went out. So anyway, what happened was it was cold, really cold, brutal cold in the standpipe for the fire system on the 88th level. There's no 88th floor, but 88th burst. And it went down some shaft, and it landed on the floor above my floor and pooled there. And it blew out a plug that was in the floor there, which was my ceiling, which was right over a, what was it, 100 kVA static switch, whose job is to cut over, it's got two sources of 208, and they all come out in Ys as 125 circuits, but there's two inputs. And its job is to select the other one if the first one doesn't work. Anyway, this thing is about the size of a phone booth, maybe a little larger. This thing was just instantly flooded with water. It was sad.
Holy crap.
Yeah, and it was... The transmitters, they weren't touched, which was great. And I got the guy on the phone that was out when he first was outside the door, right? And we had over 600 gallons of Dowtherm SR1, which is a glycol coolant, running through all that. My first thought was something leaked because the building said there was water coming from under my door, right? So the guy gets there, like, what color is it coming out from under the door? And he's like, clear. I'm like, phew.
Yeah, does it taste like Poland Spring?
You know, that made the difference between it being on us and a hazmat cleanup and, you know, probably $500,000 before it was all over, or being not on us. But the way the lease is written, it was still on us. We didn't get a dime. It was clearly their fault, but that's the way the lease is written, man. Especially a post 9/11 lease that was written in a hurry. It was brutal.
Holy cow. Wow. Well, fine story there, Dave.
Yeah, you can appreciate it. W2VW. I had to go through all the equipment. I think it was 20 UPSs, 30 amp, 125 volt battery UPSs, and cut over every piece of 125 volt gear in the whole entire place to those, because I knew that when they replaced the static switch that we'd be out for a while, and I didn't want to take the facility back down. So I came up with a way to do that. But after being there for a day and a half and crashing, because I worked, went home, came back, stayed till late night. They wanted me to go back at 6 a.m. the next morning and pull the power panels off with an electrician wearing a spacesuit, because they wanted the stuff to be pulled apart when it was energized. And I'm like, no, I'll see you in a day.
Yeah, right? Holy mackerel. Yeah, see, it's people don't realize what goes on behind the scenes, but that's, it's not like a small radio station. That's, wow, I can imagine the enormity of this.
Well, we get to think in terms of ERP, so I had over 1 million watts on the air at one time, ERP.
Exactly. And that was UHF.
No, it was UHF.
Really? I thought you were Channel 2.
No, it was Channel 4, but that went off the air in June of 2009. And I also had Channel 47, Telemundo, which was built as a 4.5 megawatt analog transmitter. and that went down the same time. And then there was nothing but digital transmitters after that.
Oh, this is after the digital transition.
Well, I was there before, during, and after.
Okay. No, I didn't know what the time frame was on the Noah's Ark flood.
Yeah, that was about 3 years after, 2.5, 3 years, whatever it was. It's been a long day, and I'm still peeling through the damn screws. All I need now is something that'll connect to a piece of number 8 and a copper lug that I don't have to slobber. And I'm in good shape. But it's fun talking while I'm doing this. I've got all this electronic stuff that rubs off of these parts, which the oldest are from the 30s, I'm sure. Picking through it, and I'm giving up on this box. Man, this is really good dust. What?
Well, my only broadcasting and flood experience was one night our 1310 station went off the air. There was heavy rains and it went off, and I figured, probably lost power or something like that. It's 5 kilowatts directional at during the day, 33 watts 33 watts directional at night, same pattern. And it went off. So I got a call that the station was off, went driving up to the transmitter site expecting, either there's no power, the generator didn't come on or whatever, and to be just a manual start and we'll be off to the races. Well, I pull into the parking lot where the transmitter is, and I see a reflection of my headlights on the wall of the transmitter building. It's like, what's this? And I pull up a little further, and I realize my car is now at the edge of the water. I was on the shore, and my headlights were shining over the water, and there was only water between me and the transmitter building. And the water, by the way, even though this building was raised up a bit, was up to just about the door handle, just maybe a couple of inches below the door handle of the transmitter building. I'm not going in there. That's all there is to it. Called the owner of the station, and he was good and pissed. You got us back on the air yet? No, and I really don't want to hear about it. Went back there the next day, and the waters actually had subsided. It's like after the biblical 40 days and 40 nights of flooding, Noah's Ark finally settled, and the waters receded, and I was able to get in there. Well, let's see. Harris SX5A, the main transmitter was basically from everything 3 feet up on the chassis down was shot. We had a Collins 21E, the 40-foot-long tube transmitter. That was in really bad shape, but incredibly not in as bad shape as the SX5A. I ended up bringing being the crafty engineer that I was, bringing something I had thrown together to work on, quote-unquote, the AM broadcast band, which had been used many years earlier, bringing it back into service, now on 1310, as the day and night transmitter for that facility. But, yeah, they ended up getting back on with not 5,000 watts, but not 33 either, somewhere in between. But that was, yes, I've experienced true flooding. It's awe-inspiring.
Hello, M1GIC.
Hello there, W2VW.
W2JBL. You talk about the media bombarding people with negative things.
Really?
I think, when did the 9/11 actually happen? 9/11, 2000, was it? Or 2001, something like that, 2001. water. So it's quite a while back. Every year they keep doing those same things. It really is depressing and no doubt damn tragic. You know, that's for sure. Anyway, so happens to be my anniversary. But we were married first. It wasn't on that day we got married. Thank God for that. Oh, jeez. But in any case, I had a good day with the wife. And most enjoyable.
And now for something different.
And it was a nice...
Hi, Clark.
Sun came out and, you know, like I said, a good day in the neighborhood. I think... who else did I hear was in there? I'm Clark, BCG. How the heck are things with you? I hope all is well. N1GIC over to W1BCG.
Or N1BCG. Hi, Chet. Just to finish up the story, and hi, Chris, you'll appreciate this. This is Mount Kisco I'm talking about, 1310 WVIP. So we resuscitated, while we're waiting for parts for the Harris 5 kilowatt solid state transmitter, basically everything from 3 feet down on the chassis had to be replaced. We're going to get Sparky, the Collins 21E, fired up. This thing had Sparky a long time. So a friend of mine, the engineer from WFAS, and I got together and we decided, well, it looks pretty clean. Let's fire the thing up. So we hit the exciter on button. It came right up, 250 watts, because the transmitter is a 250 watt Collins transmitter, and then that was the driver for the 5 kilowatt amplifier that had its own modulator and power supply. So now that we got the 250 going, let's get the 5K going. This bastard hadn't been on in a long time, so this was very experimental. So we hit the on button, and at first nothing happens, but we hear this sound, this really unusual, unidentifiable sound, really low and guttural. Lump. And we're looking at each other. What the hell was that? And then we hear it again. Whump. It's like it's coming from inside the transmitter. Whump. 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 And it started going faster and faster. Whump, 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 whump. And we're looking at each other again like, what the hell? And all of a sudden it picks up pace, and the next thing you know, all this muddy water comes flying out of the exhaust vent, the hot air exhaust duct on the top of the transmitter, and it was like we were standing in the middle of a typhoon with rain and everything. Wind, water, mud, got completely soaked. What it was is, yes, we had cleaned the transmitter out, but we had not cleaned the centrifugal blower out. So that whumps noise we heard was the paddles, like a Mississippi River paddle wheeler digging into the mucky water that had accumulated inside the blower, and when it finally built up speed, it threw all the water up through the exhaust duct. But by golly, the 21E roared to life, and we were caked in wet, muddy water. Victory in rain. We're on BCG.
And then Boozle came to the door.
Yes! That was another night. It was a dark and stormy night. I won't go into the story, but that's right. What the hell was his name? Schlitstein something? Anyway, yes. He showed up.
Oh, God. There's a picture of his parents' deli on the wall of my favorite deli on Main Street in Mount Kisco. Slotsteins or something. Hey, Chris. Bear. I sent you a couple of emails. Have you checked your email? I can't get into my Gmail account because I forgot my password, and I'm waiting for a Google Assistant to contact me. That was yesterday. So try sending them to my AOL.
Jay Schmilkstein.
Bottom line is, you probably know I want a pair of 3-400s.
I'm wondering if you would pick them up for me, and I'll get them from you, even if I have to come down. But it's probably, I mean, I might be able to go down there on Monday, but I kind of like to not.
I wish I'd have known. I was there this morning.
Well, you would have known if your email hadn't screwed up.
Nothing wrong with my email.
He couldn't read it. I sent it last night. But okay, so I take it that's not going to be practical for you?
I have no reason to be there again until the next auction.
Well, unless you want to help me out.
You know, I already have a pile of shit here for a year and a half that another guy didn't pick up.
I'll take his stuff. These are just 2 3-400s. Well, you think about it. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it till Monday, but you think about it, and if you think you might be able to slip over there, shoot me an email or give me a call, and I would have called you on the phone, but I can't find what I did with your number. Anyway, I am WB2GCR.
That phone got disconnected yesterday. It used to belong to my employer, so there's a new number. Unless you have my Adirondack number, that's the one I'm using right now. It's a 315 area code.
I don't know what I had. I don't have anything right now, Chris. All right, let me know as you wish, one way or the other, and we'll deal with it as it comes. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting ready to go upstate in a few days, and honestly, really, truly, honestly, I don't know if I'm leaving Tuesday or Wednesday morning. That means Monday is shot, so I don't think I can fit that in. It's about a half hour each way.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Well, I tried to give you the heads up right after the event. So whatever. It was a wacky event, but I could use the 3-400s for my Henry. That's why I bought them, assuming they work.
What ones did you get? Because I got 10.
3-400s?
Yeah, I got 10 of them. God, they're beautiful. The red paint lettering is so shiny. They're 70s date codes. Only 2 of them are Sylvanias. They appear to have very mild usage. The rest are all shiny red paint. They're absolutely gorgeous IMAX. And in the crate, 4-250. And I was actually going to email you, but I found the manual online. I got a CV1758, which is one of my dream rigs. You had a tussle with one of them last winter, didn't you?
Yeah, I also mentioned that in the email. If you have a problem with the relay, I got that figured out. But, so there was a batch of tubes. They were set up like W2BW in the picture, but I thought those were 4-400s.
No, it was 2 rows, basically. They're spread out in a couple of rows. 3-400Zs, IMAX. Some of them have even got heat dissipating caps on them and stuff, and they're brandy dandy new. Most of them. Then there was 2 that look really brand new, but they have stickers on them. Tested good in transmitter, 1978.
Yeah, all right, well, you made out. I got screwed. Whatever. That's par for the course.
No, I got screwed. I should have been more aggressive. I could have got the Johnson Speed Champ.
Oh. Yeah, but that went way too high. There was a bunch of them earlier in, the earlier sessions that went off for nothing.
Well, this wasn't Hal. And I didn't see any of those Speed Champs, the 25033. I didn't see any of them go for nothing. I saw one go for $600. I gotta find out who this is. I suspect it's Joe P, JP, or Nick.
No, I don't think either of those guys bid on this. Well, why? What name was on it?
No, the seller.
Oh, the seller. Oh. I doubt if it was Nick. I don't think he has that type of stuff. I don't think so. Joe? Well, you can, maybe. I don't know. All right, well, whatever. If you think you can get free, that would save me a trip down and back. It's a lot longer from here.
for a couple of tubes, and maybe I can swing by your place when I'm down there. What do you think?
Yeah, you would have to, because I'd rather not ship them. Are they there Saturdays?
I don't think the place is open Saturday. If it's open Saturday, you can get them.
Yeah, that I could do. Monday is tough. I'll have to go online and take a look. But we'll see. We'll get through. I'll just have to see if I can fit it in. I'm sorry, I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean to.
So if you can email me, do that. If you have my phone number still.
I'll have to look. Yes, somewhere.
All right. Give me a call. There are worse things. I don't mind the ride if I have to do it. I swear I looked at that big row of tubes and it was 400s, and I decided against it. But whatever. I'm glad you got them. And listen, if I had seen you bidding on it, I wouldn't have bid against you. So I was going to go for that pair, which was the 4-250 and the 3-400. I saw you bidding, and I didn't go. So there you go.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, is your handle on there a variation of your name?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I didn't know. I thought that was you, but I wasn't sure. So, yeah, I'll check my email. Maybe you went into my spam folder. I don't know. But, we'll be in touch.
All right, whatever. It'll be fun. I'll figure it out. Figure it out in post, as they say. Anyway, back to the regular conversation, gentlemen. I just heard Chris in there for a minute. Jumped back in here just to ascertain the lay of the land. In case you don't know, there was another auction at that auction place, and people went wacky. There's a couple of people who just bid the pants off everything, except for these tubes, and so that's what happened.
You should see the sideband converter. It is pristine. Thin layer of dust underneath the cover. The front panel shows signs of never having been screwed into a rack.
Yeah, it's nice. Have you ever run one?
Richie, KB2AM has one, and I remember playing with it hooked up to an R398 at his mom's place years ago. It's a nice box.
Yeah, it sounds good. The only problem is that, in truth, the audio is a little narrow because they have an analog filter at the output. But it sounds great. It's very rich, easy to listen to, easy to tune. It's a really interesting box. I like it.
Snip, snip, the 3KC bandpass filter in the front end is bypassed. Snip, snip, the audio filter is bypassed. So the selectivity comes from the R398, and everything's beautiful. That I didn't even look at the schematic, maybe a minor de-yellification.
No, it's good. It's good. You can take out that 3KC audio filter. That's all there is. There's nothing in the front end. Nothing at all. Just takes the IF in, and it's a beautiful sideband converter.
Nope, there's a fair. I did look at the schematic. To that point, there is a 17 kc bandpass filter on the input, and it's pretty narrow. So, well, first let me get it hooked up, and then all that kind of stuff. That's weeks away because I'm going away pretty soon. W2 JBL. Dave and Clark, sorry for breaking things up, but this is wasn't a Hal auction. This was quality stuff. I'm thinking Joe was liquidating a lot of his stuff. I'm suspecting it came from him.
Yeah, no problem. Just happy to hear somebody good using the frequency here.
I'm sorry I missed the net last night. Where was there fire? Tuesday night, myself and KBW and a few other people. There was some strappers on here. Conditions were good. There was no static. And, oh boy, Bob started complaining about, what's this net, what's with the carriers, this and that and the other thing. He went on a bit of a rant, and when he unkeyed, one of the mullet net participants said, one of them just took the Lord's name in vain.
Yeah, those guys, when they start bringing out the Baptist, man, that's It's a new low. They were pretty low already, though.
Well, I had to tell Bob. It broke my heart to tell him that the other day that the grass isn't always greener on 3885. One of the reasons they came up here was to get away from the Texas traffic net.
Oh, yeah. I was kind of wondering about that. I know that there's that digital crap on 3870. I thought that was why. Well, whatever. The more the merrier, right? Northeast AM's been on 3885 since when?
I arrived in 68.
Yeah, and it's going where?
We got millennials on here now. So, but yeah, they cited the data on 3870, the Texas traffic net, and then mentioned that there were slot bucketeers on 3870. And I listened a few nights, and yeah, there's slot bucketeers on 3870, but they're piss weak.
Oh, those guys have been on for years. There's one guy that always sounds like he's talking through a piece of PVC. He's got too much mid-bass. That's been going on for years. They're going to have an interesting future, those guys.
Oh, you mean oh God, I came up with a name for them this afternoon. If it was good, I should be able to remember it. But the Southern Fishnet.
No, the idiots on Texas from that are on 3870 all the time. That get on no matter who's on. Even guys, when the band is long, people in California have to listen to that crap. But they've got a really good SDR over there, as you probably know. And it's unfortunate to have to use it, but it takes care of it.
Who's this? Well, you're talking about the 3870 people? They're pissed weak. I don't have an issue with them.
Not yet.
Oh.
You will this winter. And if you like to work the West Coast on this band, which you're going to be able to do, those guys get on. It's a real annoyance.
Oh, you mean if I'm trying to work the AM crowd on the West Coast on 3870?
Yeah. You know what? I'm preoccupied here, so I'm not making myself clear. It's not you, it's me. It's definitely me. You see what I'm doing here, you'd be like, why are you even talking?
In my father's house, the parts were just thrown in the drawers and not organized in any particular way. As I'm putting this place together... Oh, God, I'm turning. The drawers are labeled now, and, 0.1, 0.04, and so on. Everything is in its place. I've been very orderly putting the parts drawers together here, but believe me, I grew up where you are right now, and you know why you're having brain farts? Think about all of the shavings, the heavy metals from the parts, the brass, the nickel plating, all of the various metals of the hardware you're sorting handfuls of right now, mixing with dust and carrying up into your nose. Stick a Kleenex or a swab up there. I bet it comes out green, nickel corrosion.
Yeah. Yep, that and sanding old cars where they put the roof seams together with lead.
Yeah, I have my share of that.
Yeah, it's a wonder we're not goofy like those people.
Grinding that lead seam in the where the quarter panel was stitched onto the side of my 68 Fairlane. That was a bare metal restoration. I don't know, I'm 23 years old, full of piss and vinegar, and man, I'm powering that lead down smooth and out with a DA and no mask.
What do you need that for?
Exactly.
Well, anyway, somebody else pick it up. GIC, I didn't really hear what you said down here. Band isn't that good. There's a little bit of junk coming in from somewhere else. So it was a little hard to hear your transmission. And good stuff, Clark. Well, carry on. I got to get dinner. I'll be listening. I got 1 or 2 connections to make, baby. Then I'm going to throw the big lever. put this thing to cook. Yeah. See you later. W2 very weak. Have fun.
Ah, 7-3, Dave.
Good talking to you.
Yeah, see you later, Dave.
Report in 1GIC.
Hey, you're up now. You're up a lot more now. I'll be back later for those who are still here.
Good to hear all of you. WB2HJK.
There's an N1LDK in there. I think I caught that one. Come on in.
Yeah, WA1. Just looking for
And S9 in New Hampshire. That's the southeastern part of New Hampshire. N1GIC, November 1, Golf, India, Charlie.
Okay, that was that time. Vegan did a couple months ago, and I'm kind of running it kind of half-assed as a quarter-inch sloper at this point.
Well, you're getting out, you know, so good for you. Way to go. Now, see, when the next, what do they call that, sunspot cycle comes around, that's what I was going to ask. You know, when's that due to peak? Because I really had a lot of fun on 10 meters, I'll tell you. Talking over to Russia, Syria, Ireland, Scotland, England, France, South America, you know, Brazil, Argentina, and South Africa, and quite all over the place, I'll tell you, during the peak of it all. Boy, it was a lot of fun, and not that much power. You'd go all over the place. N1GIC.
Well, the new cycle 25 has started. We're having sunspots. We had sunspots through the spring, increasingly, and things are looking good. When's it going to peak? What, in about 4, 5, 6 years, I guess it's going to peak again, but 20 meters is good during the day. 40 meters is good at night. Very good DX on 40. The 20 is getting better every day. 10 meters is open. A lot of the time people aren't there, but it's happening. And Chet, I copied your comments about 9/11. I was there. I worked at Ground Zero at one point, and back many times afterwards. And I was in the city when it happened. I saw the collapses, and every year's a little bit easier to deal with. I got through today very well. No problems. You know, so I saw a lot of things that people shouldn't have to see. But today, this is probably one of the best or better 9/11s that I've had. W2JBL headed for the refrigerator.
Thank you for your work. And the fact that Rodney's with you.
WB2HJK. Just monitoring. Soldering my fingers.
Of the day, you know, net surfing a bit, looking at, you know, some recollections from back then, and yeah, that was a Tom Clancy novel come to life.
Nice. Dead QSO.
Is that you, Billy?
Yeah, what's up? I've been in here for like 40 minutes, man. Just said hello, and I guess this is maybe like the second time I've keyed up.
Well, I mean, it was an interesting chat. A couple of hours I've been listening on and off. How are you?
Bored to tears.
That's not allowed here.
I don't even know if I'm making it over this slop bucket crap. I'm only running like 30, 40 watts or something. Should probably kick it up if I want to come talk out here.
Oh, you sound pretty good here. I'm using power, but I can knock the power down if you want.
No, don't do that. This is beat. So far, I've delivered 41 minutes and 11 seconds of very boring content on my Twitch feed. How do I spice this up? Probably a different hobby.
I'm modifying the bias.
Yeah, what?
I could do a double pull.
Hell's this slop bucket?
I don't know. I was hoping that I was over it enough. I've only got like 40 watts or whatever.
No, I hear you. I just also hear.
Yeah, what's that guy doing anyway? He's like, there's a AM QSO here, there's an AM QSO 5KC down, and then this guy's in between the two of them. Like, what?
I'm not making it here tonight, am I?
W2 BTK.
I thought I had a good signal.
Yeah, the slop bucketeers are on 3883.
Yeah, I'm making it over.
You are actually. They're not that strong. They're just annoying.
Oh, okay. Because, I mean, I can't do any better power here at the moment.
Oh, this is the witching hour for you. It's right at, a little before and after sundown, you strap.
Well, now's my time to say hi and participate, as Clark would put it. And what I'm doing right now is just trying to fit a DC connector wired to the board that doesn't belong there. In other words, this bias T doesn't have a DC input. And I'm putting one in there, and then I can do reverse DC, the motorized antenna, with a double pole, double throw. And that's what I've been trying to do, configuring the spacing and all that kind of stuff in here, customizing the sucker.
Are you using the motorized antenna now? You built a loop?
Oh, not a loop. That's an isotron. It's got a variable, what do you call it? It's a variometer for coil now.
Oh, cool. I've heard the talk about the control, motor control, and I thought you were building a loop. So you're remoted the isotron. Very cool.
I mean, I think if I looked at the instructions of this isotron, I would be given to believe that was the only way to turn it. Like, the length of the coil, I studied it, but it was weeks before it finally dawned on me. The time before the inspector resolved it.
Oh, yeah, it's working good here.
Well, propagation-wise, yeah, this is my switching hour. I can do only so much, but what helps is making the antenna resonant. all this crap about antenna by themselves, no. This antenna reacts to the environment. And it's important that plus I have 200 feet of coax. So all that kind of stuff gets tuned. No, I used to be tuned at the shack, but now it gets tuned minus the 200 feet at the feed point. So I gained a lot. I gained a couple of dBs, that's all.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If you're matched at the end of the cable, yeah, you get rid of all that loss. Hell yeah. Well, this is a non-resonant antenna. This is 220 feet, I think, of flat top, but the mobile antenna, God, my mobile antenna is probably about as narrow as your isotron. The 2-to-1 SWR bandwidth is about 7 or 8 kc. That is 7 or 8 kc either way of minimum SWR. It's up to 2-to-1, and that's pretty sharp. And as long as I keep that thing tuned where I'm operating, and keep it in the clear, it works good. But man, go outside the window where it's tuned past the 2-to-1 point, I can't even hear all the crap.
That's exactly this antenna's characteristic too. And the fact is, I had to get used to the 755, the rig, to try to find its sweet spot for AM. The combination of that and the antenna and the ground and the interference, I should say, the coupling made by added lines and things, and the lack of proper ground. It's been a journey, let me tell you.
Yeah, I've been there. I was PW for 20 years. I guess I told you that, from White Plains, New York.
Yeah, you did. And to your credit, you made a move that, well, you sound fantastic. You're 30 over now. So propagation aside, you always do about 30 over here, plus or minus propagation. But yeah, so you're doing beautifully. As most of you are, by the way, given you have some acreage to fool with and have a proper ground. But boy, being in a city,
I sure wish this slop bucket crap would go away.
Well, they haven't been welcomed properly.
How do I do that? Like, hello, you guys suck.
Was that you?
Well, you see, what you got to do is you need to get the message across to the slop bucket sometimes that they need to learn about bandwidth before they fire up next to an existing QSO on both sides, not just one. And that it's not going to be easy to hear stuff until you learn how to properly use a transmitter. That's the thing. There's lack of Elmers. These guys are on the air and they haven't learned how to use a transmitter.
Yeah, they're on 83. One of them sounds like he's even trying to have good audio.
Yeah, well, that's nice. That's wonderful. Completely oblivious to bandwidth. So, it's all right. It usually takes a little bit of time. And it'll be like, let's see if we get right next to guys on 3885. It's going to be problematic. Eventually, you will learn. Eventually. Usually. Unless their name is Fred.
Wow. You guys are both a lot stronger. I'm looking at the pan adapter here and your lower sideband energy, and it's a lot stronger than them. I don't know where they're located though. That's funny. They'll probably get the gist of it pretty soon. Wait, you guys crystal control? I should switch over to my crystal. W2 BTK.
I don't know. I just zero-beated somebody else.
You guys are about 35 over right now.
Oh, now we got AMers on 80. It never stops.
I don't hear them here too well. I guess they propagate over there better than they do here, like you said, Chris. W2V don't do that.
Am I here? Have I arrived on frequency?
You're on a frequency.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, you know, speaking of those guys on 80, I'm probably going back up to the Adirondacks in a few days, and I really get into the Midwest well from up there. You know, it's right across the lake. I'm right across the lakes from them.
There are some guys out there like Budley and other people in Ohio that really, really, really get out. Like, better than you would expect.
Oh, yeah. When I'm up there, the interference from 80 is just brutal.
Well, if 80's being used, then you get, well, you know, you get on 87, that's all. But if you're already on 85 and they get on 80, then, hey, they must enjoy it.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, now that I got the road into my camp, and I bought a new four-wheel drive vehicle. I bought a 2003 Ford Exploder with rust, but a beautiful body. I can start getting bigger iron up to that place. And, oh, my God, I just took in 10 3-400s today, among other things. So, I'm going to redo the whole station up there. I'm actually going to start renovating the upstairs, and when the upstairs is done, the radio station is going to be moved up there, bigger and better than ever, and out of the living room downstairs. The station has taken over the living room.
What do you have for mains power up there?
I think I have 80 amp service. That's on the list.
Yeah, well, as long as you don't turn on anything else.
I have to balance the hot water heater against the space heater in the bathroom. The panel has these Bakelite modules you pull out that have fuses in them, like little cigar butts that are like the fuse. Oh, Jesus, I forget what size, but you know what I'm talking about. And 4 little glass fuses in a row. I don't have pennies in there, but I have 30s and 20 amp slows.
Yeah, it sounds like time to call up the futility.
I have a new drop. Because a tree came down and took out the drop, so the drop in the meter will handle 200 amp service. I have a very good electrician if he's still alive. I'll get him up there, and I'll put in a new 200 amp panel and some more 220 outlets.
Well, there you go. In the words of N3JUH, you mean?
Now, what are all these sideband faggots doing on here? They're talking about 10 meter radios. That's a code name for CB.
No, 10 meters is a code for CB? Since when?
Yeah, that Texas Star. Or whatever. That's a 10 meter ham radio.
Yeah. So, Bill.
Yes.
Oh, I hear your hum is there. That's a good sign.
Yep. Got the hum back. So, you know, we're doing all right.
It's a little counter to the signal. W2JBL, because I think I need ID.
W2 very weak. It does. It adds a lot of character. Just tell everybody you're running a BC610. And nobody on here now will know the damn difference anyway, except 1 or 2 guys.
I like the hum. I think it's good.
Oh, God, speaking of that, nobody will know the difference or know what it is. I went in a Target store in Poughkeepsie, New York yesterday, or day before yesterday. to buy, which they said, the website said they had 10 of in stock in the store, a Red Ryder BB gun, because I wanted a Red Ryder BB gun to sting the deer in the ass with, like my mom used to do. I walk in Target, I can't find a Red Ryder BB gun, and I start approaching employees looking, help me find the thing. They were all children, literally. I mean, all the employees I ran into were like 18 years old. Finally, I run into one young man, I would say he was 21, 22. And the previous employers didn't know what a Red Ryder BB gun was. So I asked this guy, and then I said, do you know what that is? And he says, oh, A Christmas Story, right? Oh, my God. What are they teaching in the schools?
Well, at least somebody told you you'll shoot your eye out.
Yeah, but apparently they're in stock, but they don't put them on display until Christmas shopping season, and he wouldn't go get me one.
What's this world come to when you can't get a Red Ryder BB gun?
I was yellified. The only reason I was at Target is because Walmart was sold out.
That was Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
So, kids don't know Red Ryder BB guns, and people today don't understand the AM and where were you with that?
Get off my lawn.
Yeah. I don't hear sideband.
I don't know. All I know is I drilled like 73 holes into this chassis today 4 times and countersunk them. And my wrist is inflamed.
If you don't stop, you'll go blind.
Yeah. To get airflow working the right way for certain valves.
Oh, so you're not lightening the chassis to go faster. Well, I guess it's the same concept.
No, this is for airflow.
Yeah. Well, I'm daydreaming what I'm going to do with all these pubes I got. These are brand new. Should I worry about gas?
If they're late 80s up to about 1990, yeah. Other than that, no.
I'm seeing 70s, early and mid-70s date codes.
I've got 3 400s here with 1969 date codes, and I've had them with way older than that, and they're fine. They're like new. Actually, what are these? I don't even know if they're IMAX. I forget anymore.
Well, this is a shot in the arm, the big shot in the arm. The 160 RF deck will get rebuilt with a pair in it now instead of one, and then my Heathkit Warrior will end up with a pair and a 2500 volt power supply at least in that. And then I got tubes left over for cool stuff like modulators and Class C finals. I would imagine a pair would modulate that 4x1 amp I have nicely.
Yeah, your life would be easier if you just put 3 of them in the final and 2 or 4 as modulators. If you have that many of them, that would be nice.
Really, as opposed to the one big tube?
Yeah, because then you don't have to deal with 6,000 volts. I mean, if you want 4-1000 to work up to its capability, they really start playing when you get way up there. I mean, they work at 2,500 volts at 3,000, but
No, you got a point. I have iron though to get to those voltages. We'll see what happens. Anyway, it was a good day. I'm pissed that I missed out on the Johnson speech amp, but then Timmy says the transformer in that thing isn't very good in the first place.
So, if you're looking for something with good collector value, then that's it. If you're looking for something that works well.
Oh, in other words, I'm better off with what I'm doing now.
You're way better off. How many guys have you heard using that stuff? I got the Johnson speech amp and the Johnson attenuator, and I got the Johnson TR switch. I wouldn't give you 2 cents for any of them.
My parents almost disowned me a few hours after I hooked up the Johnson TR switch back when I was a Johnny Novice. That was the world's greatest TVI generator. It's what happens when that tube is cut off with the RF you're hitting it with. What's it doing?
I wouldn't want one of those anyway on a modern station. I mean, it degrades the receiver, especially if you have a noise blanker.
Yeah, and I'd be hesitant to hit that little thing with like 5,000 watts PEP.
Oh, it could take that.
Yeah, man, I hooked that thing up. It took out both TVs. It took out Mom's FM radio. Oh man.
Yo, Tommy, man, thanks for the
Electronics,
bits.
didn't
I'm spacing out, bro.
Yes, but as long as Mom could watch Merv Griffin and Dad could watch Lawrence Welk.
You ever watch Lawrence Welk reruns?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do, because he had outstanding, and I do, when I can find them, watch them to this day, because of the quality of the production, and in particular, the quality of his musical guests.
Indeed.
And you know what else I've really been enjoying? It comes in, I think, on channel 55.1 or 55.2 out of Albany, Schenectady. So all my broadcast TV comes from Albany, nothing from Manhattan.
Thanks, Matt.
I
was just thinking about shutting this thing down, dude. I got a headache, but I'll stay up a little longer.
Roll, axe, country, blues, you name it, gospel. What quality performers he had on there. I mean, I'm mesmerized watching that show.
Yeah, he was pretty good about introducing some of the long-haired guys, you know. Yeah, these guys can pick.
And his wife, you know, and her family. I'm big Carter family fans.
Guys, I'm gonna bail for the
Yeah. They were okay. Long time ago anymore now.
I love that stuff. Somebody just bailed and I didn't get the call, and I think it was WA1LBK, I'm not sure. But I'm going to bail as well. It's gorgeous up here tonight. I think it's about 50 degrees out. And it's chilly, but I need to sit out on the deck and contemplate the future of the free world while I fire up the 811 rig.
Well, by the way, how long do you hear me down there?
We're about S7 to S8 in Dutchess County, New York, about 50 miles north of New York City.
Okay, that's not too bad. I'm just running an Icon 73.
And I heard your antenna was compromised. You had antenna issues. Where are you located?
I'm at about 50 miles due south of Boston. Yeah, I think what happened is a neighbor had some vines grow up the side of his house. He cut them off of the base. They fell down across one leg of my 75-meter inverted V, and within a matter of days, it braided through the wire.
Wow, sounds like you need some heavier wire. Well, for what you're doing now, I guess you got half an antenna. You are getting out, and not all that bad.
Yeah, I'm basically running it as a quarter-wave inverted sloper.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, good luck with it. Yeah, I'm going to shut down. I've got other things to get involved with here. But, oh, Dave, I don't know if I sent you an email. I think I did. My cell phone number's changed, but it's going to change again because the area code that I worked is not from this area and so on and so forth. But I'll keep you posted on that as well as anybody else that has my number on here. See you all later, W2JBL.
Yeah, I saw that. All right, talk to you later, Chris. Have a nice night. You can keep your cell phone numbers these days if you ask, if you want to. With a lot of carriers, but maybe you got different circumstances. Anyway, have a good night. W2 very weak.
It's a situation involving my former employer. They own the number. 7-3.
Good night, Chris. WB2HJK.
Yeah, good night, George. And good night, John Boy. And incidentally, you Waltons fans, which I'm not, but I just found out, John Boy Walton had a real nice pre-war station in the barn with open wire line and big tubes. I couldn't believe it. W2JBL. Good night. It's a topic for another time.
Next time, if you can, tell me any pictures of that?
Episodes.
Got it.
Do a Google search on it. John Boy Walton Ham Radio. It's great.
How they do that during the Depression?
W2BTK.
Hey, Billy. Actually, I found out something interesting a few years ago. During the war, where the ham radioactivity was, well, quite restricted, it was still getting out. And I didn't know what to make of what I read, but they were using what they refer to as snake antennas. These antennas were literally laid on the ground, so they wouldn't be obviously visible at all. And right above the grass, or maybe even right on the ground. And that's how they would communicate during the war.
Well, if they were on during World War II, they could have gotten in a heap of trouble. But you can communicate with it, especially down here, no problem. In this band, you can put an extension cord on the ground. If you know how to load up into it, it'll work. It doesn't work great, but it does work.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of people said about compromised antennas the same way. There was a guy who wrote a QSQ article some many decades ago, husband and wife team. And for some reason it didn't sell very well. But he was selling antennas that were fractal. And these were very compact antennas. And he was convincing everybody that it did work. I'm sure it did. The problem is everybody just had more turf and real estate back then to not need anything compromised or small and compact. But if it matters now much more, with less territory, of course, I'd be very interested to find out if anybody's picked up on that gauntlet of a fractal antenna.
I got to talk to BTK. His antenna's compromised, right, Billy?
Yeah, it sure is. It works okay, though.
What's wrong with it?
It's real low to the ground, and it's not resonant, and well, that's basically it.
Well, you're 35 over right now, Billy, so it's doing something.
That's just because of where I live.
Resonant. Ugh. Who runs a resonant antenna that knows anything?
Well, you said it. I guess that the only people that do... Oh, my pizza's here. Only people use resonant antennas are amateur operators.
Well, you're going to be on all night now. You got pizza. He's got one of their modern surveillance systems.
I always prefer visiting antennas. KD3HT.
Hey, look at that. What are we on, 3705?
Okay, rub it in there, Dave.
How's it going? Long time no talk.
Okay, have you gained any elevation down there with the water going? Well, I guess you'd lose elevation since the water must be almost up to the footing of your house with all this global warming nonsense.
No, I'm on Beechwood Mountain here, man. The water will never get up here.
Yeah, I think you're, 40 centimeters?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, I listen a lot. I just got things tuned up for the morning. Yeah, you sound good. Sounds like you're doing good. That's excellent. And I always chuckle at the Beechwood Mountain comment. That's very well done.
Yeah, well, it's hard to find real estate like this anymore, so we gotta just advertise it out there. I think Rich W2OBR actually moved to this town because he heard me on the air.
Oh man, well, it's a nice place down there. At least you can push a ground rod into the ground probably without having to use a hammer.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's all sand, and when you get down a few feet, it's sand and pebbles, mostly rounded stone. This tower base is it's about 6.5 yards of concrete, and I dug it in 2 different shifts of 2.5 hours, and that was that.
But did you mix the concrete by hand?
No, I did that once on a job at home, not this home. I forget how many bags. Over 300 bags. 80-pound bags. And we had a mixer, and just that much. One of those, electric mixers, that was a disaster. I will never do that again. But the problem I have now is if you want to do anything with concrete, you can't get a truck any place that I'd want to get it. You got to get like a pumper truck, and then they need to clean it out. It's like, where do you even do that?
Newark.
Dig an extra tower hole and for the clean out. Yeah, I'm planning on doing a foundation here, and that's what I'm probably going to do. I'll just dig a hole in the back and say, okay, you got to clean it out, clean it here, and we'll move it over there. Hopefully I won't have to get a pump truck, because I guess they're a few bucks for the day.
Yeah, they're expensive. Well, you could go over to Billy's house. Billy needs concrete.
Yeah, I sure do.
Yeah, Billy, my name's Steve. I'm up here in the Poconos near Stroudsburg. And yeah, I mixed the yard by hand for one small tower base, Dave, and I'm never going to do that again. And I was very ignorant because instead of mixing the sand and the Portland first and getting that to a consistency and then adding the gravel, I don't want to tell you what I did.
Yeah, that's no fun. W2VW.
Been any activity on 10?
What happened?
You've been getting on 10?
There's not much going on there. There's some local guys here that I talk to a few times a year. And I haven't heard. I worked the guys in Wisconsin about, 7 or 8 weeks ago on 29020. They get on Thursday nights, I think 8 o'clock. I talked to a bunch of those guys. And that's about it. I've been hanging out on 10-meter FT8 a lot, which is fun. People hate it, but I don't care if they hate it. I have fun with it. And working all over the place. If you've got the stick-to-itiveness and a little bit of knowledge of propagation, you don't need sunspots, man. You get double bounce E-skip and scatter modes, and it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, especially if you put some power behind it, you can cause all kinds of weird things to happen. I don't mind it. I'm not. But the only thing that I don't like is on 60 meters, it's shared on the third channel, and that's the only even channel. So a lot of guys with the pack sets are packing on the 0.5 channels, and it just becomes annoying. It's just like when packets started, they're listening to see if anything's on the frequency before it starts doing AOEs.
Yeah. That's very understandable. That would be annoying, especially when you're crystalled and you can't get crystals for other stuff. I remember the old 2-meter AM guys. There were a bunch on Long Island, probably 12 to 15 guys. They used to get on 144.280 every night for a half hour and no longer. And they were telling me, I would check in there. We're talking about 27, 28 years ago. Anyway, they would tell me about how many times they moved. They opened up the beacon thing, the slot bucket this, satellite that. They moved like 3 times, and then they changed the beacon band around. Like, we're not moving. We're staying right here. That's it. We're done.
Yep. Yeah. You got to give way to stuff. What are you going to do? So the guys complain on 3570 because they've been using that forever for, crystals are available and stuff, and there's been a lot of activity of the digital modes there. It's the good thing about CW is you can sharpen it up and move around, so not a big deal. Well, you guys have a good evening. And watch out for the altitude sickness there. Dave wouldn't want you getting a nosebleed or anything. W2, very weak, KD3HT.
All right, Steve. Before you go, what are you using tonight?
This is the humming ART-13.
Okay. Real good. Well, nice to run into you. Been a long time, man. You take care, and hopefully we'll be working each other on some other bands soon enough. Have fun tomorrow. I guess you're getting on with the mill guys in the morning. So good night. 7-3. W2, very weak. Here on Beechwood Mountain.
73, KD3HT.
Steve, you have a wonderful signal here in Queens. WB2HJK, George.
Yep, George, I can usually hear you. Not sure anybody else can, but I can. We're only 90 miles apart or something, so have a good distance between us.
Oh, sound great. And what microphone are you using?
Excuse me?
What microphone are you using?
Microphone?
Yeah, what mic?
This is an RE27 and going through an old Altec mixer and some EQ.
Oh, that sounds good. Using a D104 here on a 765. And I had an ART-13 come through my place about 40 years ago. Never got to enjoy it, though. I miss it. Nice meeting you, Steve. Talk to you later. Have a good evening.
Yeah, I know. You guys think I should be running a vacuum cleaner behind me to make it sound proper. Or maybe fire up a big radial engine. 73, guys. See you later. KD3HD.
Yeah, Chuck K1KW got on with his. Wow. Yeah, civilized people are checking in here now, Billy.
Oh, man. Oh, I twisted my VFO and I'm still way down here. What the hell?
I don't know. You got to get one of those long flex things, I don't even know what they call that. Like a speedometer cable guts. Maybe you should get like some speedometer cables off of eBay and link them together, and you could run them in that room from the VFO knob.
I should move that Viking out here, but that's a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Well, soon enough, you won't have to, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I get the Vector SIGGEN working pretty well. I'll probably get on with that a lot, you know, and then I could be on 3 gigahertz in 2 seconds.
Yeah, let me see it. Let me see you tune your antenna to 3 gigahertz.
Well, I think the only antenna I have that works there is my dummy load.
Yeah, even the dummy load, 3 gigs is a little high for that. I think they're good up to 1.1, I forget.
I got those black ones that you gave me. Those were for higher frequencies, or no, you know what, it had an attenuator in it that was only good for UHF or something. But you told me those black dummy loads were like UHF, better on UHF or something, I forget.
Yeah, those will go up probably, it's tough when you get way up there. Those are not derated until you get up to 750 megahertz. That I know. Those are really expensive. Man, it hurt to throw out some of that stuff, man. It really did. Some of the things that hurt the most to throw out were those power supplies, those 3,700-pound transformers.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, what the hell are you going to do with something like that?
You know, I took the tap switches out of a few of those. I don't know what happened to them. I don't think they made it here. I guess they got left behind. They're really nice ceramic, huge switches that were designed to switch the taps on those transformers. They were the switches were in oil, but they were rated to like 50,000 volts.
Wow, that sucks. Stuff like that is pretty awesome. You could have done all kinds of band switching with that, I bet.
Yeah, they were rated at that voltage, and the current, I don't know what the rating was, but they looked a lot heavier than you might think. I would say between 20 to 30 amps, which is, for an antenna tuner, it's okay.
Man, we just took out a big generator at work, and there's a giant ATS like transfer switch, like the actual switch, 3-phase switch. That thing was badass. It's in a dumpster.
Oh yeah, I junked a few of those. What were they, Electro something, and some Russ ones. W2VW.
There's a carrier. I don't know what this was. It's a big green enclosure, but the rest of the system was Siemens. I don't think Siemens made the switch. It was something else. We'll never know because, it's junked.
Yeah, they've got some of the, not a lot of stuff in there that you'd use, though. Really not. It was all, the contactors are designed to switch under load, and they've got this surface area and everything, arc interrupting type layouts. There's a name for it, which I don't even know I never knew what it was, but I know there's some, that's a whole discipline that I don't really understand very well.
Yeah, they love upgrading that crap. Nobody understands it. They just say, oh, well, how old is that? Oh, we're we do really important stuff here, so let's get rid of it and get all new stuff, which is cool because they pay us to come do it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that concept. Well, the generator that I had up there, somebody bought, and I kind of know the details of that, but I don't, if you know what I mean.
It's like shady deals. Like, dude, I don't know what happened to this one. We loaded it onto a trailer. We had to rent a lull, and like they're so overboard on safety here. We spent like hours with the safety guy looking at like load charts and this and that, and doing like a step-by-step, like, all right, I will step into the lull and take off the parking brake. I will take a sip of water, you know, like raise the thing, like this is a potential hazard that could happen, like as I'm getting in the seat, you know, like really ridiculous. And then we just like picked it and put it on the truck, and everybody was like, like we, I don't know, like accomplished something amazing. Can't do anything on this job, you know. They don't trust you. Nobody's a professional. If there weren't safety guidelines in place, like we would all fall down and, you know, fatally injure ourselves trying to walk, you know, from our work area to the bathroom.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. That's just the culture of. I mean, they've been sued so many times and stuff happens, and you're gonna get that. That's why you're making the big bucks, man. Not for the job that you do, for the crap that you put up with.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's lucrative for me. It's just a lot of waste, I think. We could do this job in like 3 or 4 months with not even that many guys. Probably be there for 3 or 4 years with like a bunch of guys.
Oh, trust me. When I first got into where I was working, Jeff W2NBC said, when you get going, you will not believe the fat that surrounds every project. And he was right. And there was a time where I stood between the project and the fat. And that was more work than work.
I don't know. It's the way that they want to do stuff. It's not even like, you know, they're trying to... It's not like that. It's just the way that they want to do it. They want to keep everything up, like their whole operation going, and then just like piece by piece, like rebuild the entire building. You know, like add all these new panels and pipe out to them with their crazy spec, and you got to use this and that and the other thing, and then like all of the bus duct that they had in there that's like, you know, gonna be above all this pipe you just ran and put wire in and energized. Now that comes out afterward, you know, like it's just, at some point there's gonna be like a big problem, and they're gonna be like, holy crap, like what do we do now? You know, it's just it's going fine for now, but geez, just to get permission to shut something off takes a couple weeks, you know, so opening up new work is very slow. They make the guy put on the 40 cal suit to turn breakers off. Just as like well, I mean, like that's a little crazy.
Yeah, but then the guy gets practice putting on the suit. Everybody sees what it's about to get out of the area. It's a good drill for when you really do transition into something that's really hazardous. If you ever are around somebody that gets killed or seriously injured on a job, you'll see that, yes, you didn't need to do that this time, but it leads you to it. Hopefully somebody else breaks in here, because I got to take a break here and take care of the canine.
Ooh, Gotham. Gotham is such a good dog. Well, yeah, you go do that. I'm like kind of out of it. I've had this headache all day, man. Like, kind of low energy. Got this headache. Just bleh, bleh. Just feel bleh. But I don't know. You do what you need to do. I'm gonna be hanging out. I guess I'll have this on. It would be nice to like shut all this stuff off and turn off all the lights, I think, and just like stare at a wall. It's kind of where I'm at. This headache sucks, but you know we're in it. We got pizza, so go do what you need to do, man. I'll be hanging out. W2 BTK.
Roger. I'll do that. Thanks. And yeah, I'll be on for a while. If you're in for a while, I get back on here. I'm sure somebody will pick it up. Well, you slept so much later than your normal time, man. That's enough. But take your temperature. Make sure you're all right. Oh man. If you're drinking alcohol, don't take any Motrin or any of that crap. It's hard on your liver. Aspirin's okay though. I'll be back. W2 very weak.
Okay, no.
Lights. Stare at the wall.
Wait, what?
What?
I started to key up and then I checked to see if I was doubling and I was, so, but like I didn't hear everything he said.
No, now I forget.
What? So Clark, what did you think of my animation? I didn't really finish it. That's just like a rough idea. I was basically thinking like, you know, these old guys, they're out in the streets, you know, protesting that like all these supposed hams don't know code and stuff, and like they're gonna start mobbing up, and it'll be like a riot, you know, and it'd be like, yeah, defund the FCC, no code, no peace.
It looked like an early Simpsons prototype. It was very interesting.
This is Microsoft Movie Maker from like the 90s. It's like this ancient program.
No.
What's with a hoodie? WA2JID.
It's the JID.
What's with the what? The honey? Or
His hoodie. He's wearing a hoodie. I'm watching him on live on the computer here.
I got a hoodie on because I got a headache. This is like headache mode, and I'm going bald.
I'm already bald. Okay, WA2JID.
See, there's life after baldness.
Well, thanks for checking in on the Twitch feed there. It's been pretty boring feed tonight. I've barely been talking, and I've just been kind of like staring, you know. I'm surprised that look, there's 4 people watching. You guys are great.
I think they were expecting a snuff film.
Snuff. What? What? What the?
Was there an H station that just came in? What frequency are you guys on?
Oh, I'm like below 3885. I should scoot back up there, but you look like you zero beat it on me. So I mean, we're on the frequency that we're on, you know.
Okay. Good evening, Bill WA3KLR. If you're eating pizza, I'm presuming it's day-old pizza at this point.
No, it actually just got delivered about I don't know, 20 something minutes ago. Fresh pizza.
do you ever cut it up into little pieces and feed it to your cat?
Nah, she's not into pizza, man. She's a carnivore, you know. Chicken. She loves chicken, man. Cat food.
Well, I know. We used to feed our cat little bits of cheese. He loved that, so I would think your cat would love like chicken pizza or sausage pizza, but you would have to cut it up into little pieces.
She's really not that into like stuff that's not her normal food. Like when I'm snacking on something, she comes over, I'll kind of like get a little piece and hold it up, whatever it is, and like she's almost never like wanted to check it out. She's like, oh no, like I know where my food is. So she's good about that. She doesn't really eat a lot of human food.
Your cat's smart. Dude, I'm gonna eat healthier than Bill. Well, I wonder if W2PHL is going to be around. I have one of those DDS VFO questions, a couple questions for him on those boards.
Clark? Whoop. Oh, man. Pedal's broken again. Clark knows about those doctor dental surgery VFOs.
Yeah, and Phil's never on it this hour.
Yeah, I might have to WA3 email or just bite the bullet and order one or two of these assemblies and play around with them.
Must be a complicated question.
Well, I want to use one for Class C transmitter. And what I was always picturing doing is the frequency goes out to the RF deck at twice the desired output frequency, and there's a divide by 2 divider in the transmitter deck, so that we have a controlled duty cycle. And all the ham DFO, DDS DFO I've seen in the past, you can't make the output twice the display. But I'm wondering if you can do that with these ones I see for sale by everybody all over the world. It's the 0 to 55 megahertz job with 4 buttons on the bottom.
What kind of transmitter?
The Class E transmitter.
Okay, I'm using one right now, and it's operating straight through. There's no voltage division.
Yeah, you're feeding it with a sine wave, and how do you control the duty cycle at the gate drivers?
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things that can be done. You can use a sine wave to trigger the FETs. If you wanted to get fancy about it, you can turn it into a square wave, but that doesn't mean that the frequency changes. It's just it operates straight through. Technically you'd want to use a square wave, but it would operate at the same frequency.
I understand that. I did digital work for 30 years, but turning a sine wave into square wave. But I want tight control of the duty cycle.
I think your question would be directed to Steve, WA1QIX. You can email him from his website, but I think you'll find out that you're approaching this from an overly complicated standpoint.
Not at all. But my question is to PHL, who... The thing is, these modules are selling... They don't put out any technical details. Everybody in the world that's using them goes from scratch.
kudos to W2PHL who wrote a 6-page PDF on the thing, and he even used the amplitude modulation feature of the AD9850, which is the reason he wrote the paper, to make an AM exciter. In other words, everything after it would have to be linear amplifiers. But his documentation, now that I discovered it the other day, I remember seeing it on the AM phone a couple years ago when he first posted it. And so it's a question about setting up configuration of that assembly, and he may have the answer.
Well, if you want his email address, I've never heard of him writing that. I know Phil very well. He's a very good friend of mine. I can't imagine that he posted a 6-page PDF on this topic. So you and I may be thinking of two very different people and very different topics. But I have here a A to D converter for Class E for 80 and 40, and it operates straight through. I built this Class E rig. It operates straight through, and I honestly am not sure what you're talking about. But if you want, I can give you W2PHL's email address, and you can address it with him.
Well, I assume I could easily go where is that? Yeah, the paper here, Philip Baruti, W2PHL, March 15th, 2017. Converting an AD9850 DDS signal generator into an amplitude modulated exciter. It was posted on the AM phone.
You know what would make an even cool exciter than that with DDS VFOs?
Him directly, because as I said earlier, I've never heard him on after 6 p.m. and you're asking something of someone who's built an E-rig. I have no idea what you're talking about. So you definitely want to reach out to him directly about that.
Yeah, okay, you double with Bill a little bit. Yeah, I know I've heard him on here, but I didn't know what his on-the-air practices were, operating times. So I just thought I'd jump in here tonight. Anyway, it was interesting last night about 10:30 to 11 p.m.
You know, and to make matters even more wacky, I didn't even know Phil ever made a Class E rig. So this is the mystery is really really growing here.
Well, he didn't. I didn't say he made a Class E rig. That's what I want to do. He made an AM exciter out of one of these modules, and he talks about how to bring in the audio voltage to get the synthesizer to also be amplitude modulated.
You can make an even cooler exciter with two of them.
Having trouble with my 70-year-old Dow-Q relay contacts. You only need one, Bill.
No, but I'm saying you can make a way cooler exciter if you have two of them. You can make a quadrature modulated exciter with two DDS VFOs, two double balanced mixers, and a combiner.
Well, then you get back to 1 AM signal. I think that these 9850s actually have two sections in there to do quadrature with one IC.
Well, that's cool because they'd probably be very stable. You can use two of them, but you got to play with the, how many degrees out they are. One is 0 and one is 90, but to get knocked down all the crap, sometimes you got to put it at like 91, 92, whatever. On one chip, that's probably really easy to do.
Yeah, these will do that. But this is the basic exciter frequency for Class C gate drive is what I would do. And it's strain modulated, so you don't need to get into quadrature signals at all. But basic radio theory, yes, you can generate any signal with IQ signals, and you can demodulate any signal. That's how the SDR receivers work. We first take the received IF into quadrature components and process it from there.
Well, yeah, that'd be the cool part about it, is it'd be all mode, including like digital modes or whatever, you know. If you just want to write words in someone's waterfall, you do it. It doesn't matter. But I'm just getting into all the quadrature stuff, so I'm on a big rip about it. I guess they make dual channel DDS signal generators too. You do it with that.
Yeah, I have the cheap Chinese, the FY 6800. I have one of those.
I think, man, you just need some double balance mixers and a way to combine output of them mixers. But I've been messing with the quadrature modulated exciter, which is just a vector signal generator, but geez, man, it makes perfect AM, and it is, like, no joke, the best sounding single sideband that I've ever heard in my life. It makes like a non sound like it came from Toys R Us.
Yep, it's all low level. Of course, then you need everything to be a linear amplifier after that. So yeah, due to my last job, I started this Class C project about 10 years ago, and it's been on hold, but I want to use a pulse width modulator just so it has high overall efficiency. Yeah, you want what I'm doing, Clark, is the idea is you want to ideally accurately control the duty cycle of the FETs. So then you have to, the idea of driving a 2-to-1 flip-flop divider is to first give you an exact 50 to 50 duty cycle. But the FETs turn on and turn off times aren't the same, so you actually have to come up with a little RC circuit to skew the duty cycle a little bit to the point where finally the FET itself is actually 50% on and 50% off. And so that's my approach.
Someone told me that Class E transmitters cause cancer.
People who don't like Class E and don't know what they're talking about otherwise. Every radio transmitter could conceivably cause cancer if the RF heating happens to the body tissues.
Yeah. I'd probably have a Class E rig, but I've already got stuff that works really well on 160 and 80 and 40, you know. So I just use that, you know. I want a CB radio Class E rig. That's what I really want. Like, if I was going to build a Class E rig, I would want it to be mono band on 27 megahertz. That's my bag.
Well, the bad thing about Class E is you got to make the drain waveform just right. And so you got to always be watching it with the scope. Or Bob W1, what's his call? Oh boy, I forget Bob's call. I call him the ambassador to Class E. He tuned us up into a 50 ohm load, and then with his antenna tuner, no matter what frequency he's on, he tunes his antenna to 50 ohms match. And he says it's the Class E drain waveform is always what it needs to be. I'm going to look into also running Class C with FETs, and that advantage is you can just tune it with a meter like we do the tube rigs, and I don't think the drain swings quite as high in voltage in relation to the supply voltage like it does in Class E.
Well, I just sent a text to Phil, W2PHL, and he said he did write a paper on that, but he said it wasn't about driving a Class E rig. He said that was all about driving a standalone transmitter.
Right. But I'm thinking maybe he's familiar with the other configurations you can do with this module.
Before I get out of here, anybody still copy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we copy.
See you guys tonight.
What?
Anybody going to 160 tonight to try 160?
I get this like problem where the feed point of my antenna produces a bolt of lightning on 160 right now, so no.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. All right. On a lighter side, I'm going to give it a try. But perfect timing, huh? Murphy's Law. As soon as I want to switch, static is building up on this band. It's going to be horror on 160. But I'll give it a try anyway. About 9 o'clock. Guys, I want to thank you for accompanying me on AM. I like talking, but I like listening a lot better. Finally completed a project here, so thank you for the company. V2 BTK. V2 BTK. I screwed that one up. And company.
Hello, Don. Hello, everybody. I'm not sure. Heard you mention Gary.
73WA3KLR.
Good evening.
Hey, see you later, George. Have fun on 160. Ever since I took like, I don't know, 10 or 15 feet of feed line out of my setup, and I get a crazy voltage feed now, and I was rocking and rolling on 160 till I did that. Now I gotta add I gotta raise the radiation resistance of my antenna on 160 before I can really do much. But I've got some ideas for that. I just have to get off my butt and do it. Ugh. W2 BTK.
So I'm good to go.
I don't know why I'm having trouble with this relay tonight, WA3KLR. Yeah, the other question I want to ask Phil is I see these modules for sale, and the circuit board's basically the same, but I can see two slightly different versions. One of them, it looks like they're using 125 megahertz crystal oscillator for the reference. And the other one, it looks like there's an L, not a 1, but it's L30 megahertz. I guess it's a 30 megahertz crystal. So,
know what was going on, so we had to do it under cover of darkness to lay
circuit boards.
My headache won't go away. Sorry. Hey, Clark, what are you drinking tonight?
It was Cabernet. Now I'm in a back and forth text thing with Phil, ironically. I didn't even know he was around at this hour.
Oh, man. Cabernet is awesome. I should get some of that. I don't have any booze around. all I've got is a headache. And ham radio equipment and a cat.
You got everything you need. What's the headache for? Stressful week, or sounds like maybe caffeine withdrawal?
Oh God, and a broken foot pedal. But I don't know, man. I just got this headache. It sucks. I just drank a little caffeine. I had a can of Dr. Thunder. That's the knockoff Dr. Pepper with more sugar. And it seems to have helped a little bit. Wow. W1LQA 40 over into his station in Waterbury, Connecticut tonight. Very good. Very good. Clark, they were chanting Clark for a while. Clark 2020, all manner of just, they are pom-pomming for you, my friend.
That's why you have a headache, those sugary drinks. It's the same thing with alcohol and sugary drinks.
Yep, exactly.
I drank like 3 or 4 bottles of water before I got on the air too, and that didn't help. So I drank the soda, and that did.
Interesting. I was going to suggest don't drink any alcohol, just drink water.
Yeah, I was a little dehydrated this morning. I'm not gonna lie. I could feel it, but I since hydrated myself pretty well. The headache is still there, though. It's weird.
That would be the letter S in slow code. Speaking of which, Bill, did you do that from knowing the code, or did you have to write that out on a piece of paper?
I wrote it in Sharpie on the railing of the lift so I could drive around and do that. But no, I don't know Morse code that well. I was getting okay at it, and then I stopped practicing. Certain letters, I know, but I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't say I know Morse code. Like if you sent some CW, I'd be like, what? That's why I think it's so funny, dude. Like that, I want to make more of those animations. I think that's such a funny concept. Like with all this BLM riot crap going on right now, like you take all that and just make it a bunch of like old guys who are all pissed off that nobody knows code and they're doing FT8 and getting their ham licenses and stuff, and have them like riot and protest and like defund the FCC, no code, no peace.
You guys all come off like you're some kind of experts on drinking alcohol.
Oh yeah, we're but wobbly-legged fawns in the forest of professional drinkers.
I was wondering what happened to Dave.
I haven't had a drink.
Oh. And so I did that, and then I went down into the dungeon to find an appropriate connector for some 8-gauge wire, because I'm hooking up some wire.
Dave, your basement is one of the only places in the world that I can go and I become nervous because of, electricity. That stuff. Usually, I could walk in just about anywhere and be like, okay, I know what this is. This is going there. This is a hazard. I'll stay away from that. But when I go down there, it's like, wait, what? Like I'm in another universe. It makes me nervous.
We already had this conversation. Bill, you should have been to Ashtabula Bill's shack.
That was a noise double.
Yeah. Sure was. Ashtabula Bill only had 4,000 volts in his shack.
Dave's got more than that in his attic.
Yeah, but open circuit?
Shop.
I mean exposed circuitry.
I think Dave's gettering a tube up in his attic that's like some kind of wacky stuff. I'm not sure. I've never seen it in person.
Let's put it this way.
I don't even know her.
Let's put it this way. It would be very unpleasant if somebody were to wander in there.
Like cousin, whoever.
Cousin Goose Grease.
QAX is gettering. No, I mean QAR.
I don't think QAR is gettering one of these. It's got an ion pump in it.
Oh, okay. No, he's gettering 3500Zs. 50 years old, never used.
B5HHK, HAKW.
And how is he doing that?
Yeah, fine business, Scott.
3,000 volt plate supply with some series resistors. Just to the point where the plates are red and it sits there.
And by the way, I should mention there's no PL tone needed on this frequency.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, yeah, that's what you want. You want to get them to glow. But you don't want to put, if you think they're gassy, you want to get them to glow with the least amount of voltage. 3,000, well, I guess with a series resistor, but if you have 3,000 volts and a series resistance and it's sitting there running and it's glowing, that'd have to be one hell of a serious dissipation series resistor, because it's going to be sitting there dissipating 300-400 watts.
Yeah, well, that may have been large resistors for the leakage check afterwards, so you didn't describe it well to me. Yeah, it's my, I'm having trouble with this TR relay tonight. That's where the buzzing comes from. As I said, it's only a 70-year-old Dow key relay.
Yeah, well, hey, it'll fix itself sooner or later. Well, Ted's a Yale man, so he knows stuff.
Hey,
Continents?
who is that trying to get in here? I think I heard somebody trying to get in here.
W1UED, good evening, gentlemen. W9WOO here in Indy.
Hey, W1UD and W9WOO. Hello.
Well, what's going on? W2BTK, W9WOO. People in the same, hey.
Not much, just talking about gettering tubes, yo.
Well, Ted did start walking his way up from low power days.
Something just got out. I'm heating something up in the microwave, so let the door attend to that. Get back here and listen for a while. Right there, you know, a nice thing. I could say, a nice PCK. BTK, 9WOO.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Go, what do you got, some Hot Pockets? I'm kidding, man. All right, Gary, yeah, you're sounding good from 9 Land. I bet all these other guys hear you, too. I hear you great. So, I don't want to change kill the topic. This is a good topic. So, gettering tubes. Let's go.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm just gonna tend to that. So I'll pop over the dope beverage too. Have a good one. I got 9WO.
And you don't need to getter FETs.
It doesn't need to be gettered. I don't want to use it.
It's my favorite scene in Ghostbusters. Get her!
Dave, you got one of those impeller tubes? Is that what you're sucking?
It's a MSDC IoT.
IoT is like a big-time buzzword. Like if you go into some like board meeting and start saying IoT, they'll all be like, whoa. I think W1LQA was going to try to break in. He's in the Twitch chat there. He's never transmitted on AM before. He's got a 400-watt station somewhere out there in one land.
Well, if he's hooked up to an antenna, we'll hear him. And there he is.
Ooh, he's in my notch. W1LQA, W2BTK. I should be able to hear you now.
Very good. Let's try that again. W1LQA.
There you go. You got a little background noise or something in there, I think, but welcome to AM. Is this seriously the first time you've used AM?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep, I've only been licensed for a little over a year now, and I've been a general for about a year, and I've done plenty of time now. But this is the first time I've tried to key up the station on AM. I had you might know Rob, N1ALF, and he walked me through getting this to work. So this is the first time it's been keyed up.
Wow, well, it's working really well. You've got a strong signal here. Like 60 dB SNR. It sounds good, too. Nice and clean and clear. It sounds like you're probably on a rice box or something like that. Or, you know, maybe something else. I'm not too sure what you're running, but really good signal. Clear audio. And Dave apparently hears you very well. So, nice. Welcome to AM. I hope you have fun.
Yeah, it seems cool. I mean, I sandbag a lot here. I have an HF station in the work truck as well, so I usually listen a lot at night when I'm out on the road. Yeah, I'm running an ICOM 7600 and an Ameritron ALS 600 and an MFJ Legal Windows tuner. And that's feeding a 132-foot end fed that's semi-homebrew.
WA2JID here, the station at 111. You're about 3 kc low, and I think you could use a little more audio.
I almost bought a 7600, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. Not because yours sounds bad or something. No, I'm just saying I have something better now that I like better. But that's a really nice radio. I was tempted. Oh, there, Timmy.
It's Timmy.
Think I would fire this thing up and see who is on the radio.
It's all your friends.
Get into the microphone connected to it.
WA3KELR.
Hey, Tom.
N1 GIC.
I hear you in there, Chet, too.
WA2JID.
You're Bernie.
I haven't heard a roll call since Ozona Bob was on the air on 10 meters.
Yes, a roll call, and we're rolling in it.
Remember when he used to do that?
Retired, we could have the, on Thanksgiving weekend, Herb's homecoming weekend, jamboree.
Okay, fine.
What's fine business? I hear everyone saying that.
Fine business, or FBOM, is an old buzzard ham radio expression. I don't know, business is fine. No, it isn't really.
You know, I heard Herb on the air a couple times today. It must have been long delayed echoes.
Very long delayed.
Tubes. Timmy, I'm about to go full dark side, man. I'll always have a tube final, but I think I'm gonna go like newfangled on my exciter.
Newfangled, eh?
Yeah, I've almost got this vector signal generator, like, good to go. All mode, any mode under the sun, from DC to 3.3 gigahertz. It's pretty cool stuff. It sounds exactly like this Viking.
Well, someday we'll just have to do some,
Hey, thanks for the follow, man.
As far as popping up every 5 kilohertz.
When you get that going, I want to talk to you on DC.
We should try that. I'll stick a ground rod in the ground and transmit into it or something.
I can get on DC here.
Well, what does that put out, Bill? Will it put out 100 milliwatts?
Almost. It's plus 16 dBm. So, somewhere, not quite, I guess. Am I doing math right? No. Okay, wait, 16 dBm, what is it?
Decibel milliwatts.
Wait, what did you say? So I almost doubled. It's like 0.03 watts. What?
It's like 20 milliwatts, I think. Let's see. Plus 30 is 1 watt, right? So plus 20 is 100 milliwatts. Plus 17 is 50 milliwatts. You said plus 16. Yeah, it's like 40. It's like 38 milliwatts.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't near 100. It's lower, but... Well, there you go, like 30, 40 milliwatts.
And those ratings on some SIG gens are peak. W2 very weak with a little bit more than...
Aw, thanks, Tommy. You don't have to do that, man. Come on.
Plus 16 dBm.
This is WA1H and YLR coming up at the bottom of the hour.
WA3K YLR.
W2BTK. Excited to transmit square waves and have them look like square waves on the scope. Gotta have lots of bandwidth for that.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, he could be on all bands at once.
Dude, you really can. You can transmit on multiple frequencies. Like, I could put a carrier out on, a carrier every 10 kc and modulate all of them with different modulation.
You can start your own net with that, Billy.
Wouldn't the square wave have odd harmonics?
Yeah. I guess, well, I know it has tons of harmonics, odd order, even, I believe it does, yeah.
Especially that sharp rise time.
Wait, what? What? It had a fade there.
Sharp rise all time.
Somebody put a carrier on you. What?
He's asking the rise time.
The square wave? I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't gotten around to it or figured it out. I just know that it's got enough bandwidth to be able to do that. And the guy who was explaining it to me said he had tested that, and he had done the same thing into an Anon, like an off-the-shelf Anon, and it looked more like a triangle by the time it hit the scope.
I thought rise time was 9 months.
Well, it is a 3 gigahertz generator.
Yeah, human gestation period.
We should all get on 3 gigahertz.
I can do that.
Bill, what's the name of that code you do not know?
Morse code?
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you're... Sometimes I hear people saying Morse code, M-O-R-R-I-S, but I think you are saying Morse, M-O-R-S-E.
Yeah, Morse code.
Well, there's ignorant people out there that say Morse code.
Well, ham radio's dying. Kids grow, like, they don't know what Morse code is, so, like, if they're calling it Morse code, that's fine. At least they know what it is.
No, you have to correct them if they don't say Morse.
Yeah, there's Morris the Shat.
Chuck Norris code.
That too.
Yeah, you don't want to receive Norris code.
Yeah, I can't get this funny scenario out of my head with the geezers running around with no code, no peace signs, like defund the FCC. No code, no peace. Look, there's a no code ham over there. Get him! I made this goofy ass animation, Tim. I put it on YouTube. It's like just some stupid idea I had that I never really polished.
It sounds entertaining.
That's the beauty of it. It looks bad.
Yeah, it's meant to.
I know.
It's great, Tim. This guy's like, I was gonna make it like kind of look like a ham fest setting, and the guy's out there pissing and moaning like all these no-code hams and youngsters polluting the airwaves. It makes me sick. And then like this goofy-looking kid walks out of like some store from behind some table, and he's like, "Look, there's a no-code now. Like, get him!" You know, he's like, "What the hell's wrong with you? Learn the code." And the kid's like, "Oh, what? Like, I just got my tech, and I checked into 2-meter net. I think FT8 is cool." And this guy's like, "Shut up! Shut your mouth! It's like you shouldn't even be allowed to have a license." And at that point, I was gonna have like some more like OMs come in with the signs and be like, "What's going on here? Like, oh, this guy doesn't know code. He thinks he's a ham." And like, you know, they just start yelling and rioting, and defund the FCC, no code, no peace. It's I think my spiritual nudity is showing, and I probably smoked too much pot when I was, throughout my lifetime, and it is all contributing factors. W2BTK.
Well, if somebody with you got to pile up, deuce that, and have, like a fake ham-fester background and all that, I think it'd be pretty entertaining. It'd become a new cult film.
Well, about 10 years ago, there was some guys on AM phone were creating animated cartoons. I guess there was some website out there that allowed you to do it pretty easily. So you could create your fantasy, Bill.
You hear me out there, Timmy? WDBIL, Ohio.
Hi, Budley.
Sounds fun tonight. Hello, guys. Sounding good in Ohio.
Hi, Budley. It's Tom, WA3K.
Hey, Tom. We're looking for you down at West for dinner tonight. Me and Bert holding the fort by ourselves, but go on with the fun. It sounds, the no live, no kids, no space kind of thing.
Yeah, I forgot about that Nick today.
Yeah, he'll be there another day.
Hi, Budley. And I did this with Microsoft 3D Movie Maker. It's like a program from the 90s. And just because I wanted it to look super low budget and crappy, it makes it way funnier. Timmy, you can watch the first draft of it. I put it on YouTube. It's on my page. You probably... I think you've been on my page.
Well, I don't know if I have, but, some of the stuff I've run across that you've done, I think is hilarious. But when I've got the mindset to play around with a computer, I will have to. I'm not going to be sticking in here very long. I'm going to be heading off to bed. I'm trying to catch up on all the sleep I've been missing. I'm to the Junction 600 into the array. And, Budley, you're doing okay out here. You're the furthest away, Tom. Good to hear you in there as well.
Yeah, Tim, you sound like you're running an electric razor. You have a desk lamp right by the microphone?
Yeah, it's going
No, that's called the buzzing power supply modulator. Metal cabinet, which is steel.
Yo, man, thanks for the sub. Dude, I'm glad you're having a good time in here, man. Thank you so much.
Supply filter reactor, which is inducing its magnetism into it. Then you also have an antenna changeover relay, one of those ceramic dealies that runs on 120 volts AC. So between the two, they make a lot of racket. And to fix it all, it'd be a pain in the ass right now.
So it's the typical HLR magnetism is what it is.
Don't touch it, it's beautiful.
That's what I call a channel maintenance device.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally old buzzard.
Yes, it is.
It's highly effective, is what it is. Tim, you got a writing implement?
No, I don't. The writing implement is over at the work table. Well, then, if you want, email me a link, and then I can do it that way.
All right, yeah, I'll email you a link. You're going to think this is funny. You just got to... It's a draft. It's just an idea. I haven't polished it yet, but you will think it's funny, I'm pretty sure. I'll throw the link on the air just because there's probably people listening who would watch it if I did that. you get to the YouTube channel, just type youtube.com/c/amateurradio. And it should be like the most recent upload.
You got that?
Yeah, you got that? I made it easy. youtube.com/c. I guess the C stands for channel. It's like /c/amateurradio. Radio.
Just shut up!
Word.
Shut your mouth!
Is that amateur radio one word, or is there a space or underscore between them, or what?
Just one word, amateur radio. No space in between. And hell, while I'm self-promoting here, we're live streaming on Twitch too. All you guys, you're coming in here great. I'm streaming you out over the internet. There's a Panadapter view, webcam view of me in a shack and a chat. If you go to twitch.tv/AmateurRadioLIve, all one word, Amateur Radio Live. And that's what we're doing tonight. Friday night, 3885 W2BTK. Okay, I'm done.
W2BW.
WA3K Yell R.
This is WA3KYLR at 19 minutes before the top of the hour.
I believe I'm still on
I think there was a monkey puppet down the band.
Yeah, we were hit with monkey puppet side bands.
A monkey muppet? What is that?
I know what it is.
It's something you do when, you know, like the top shelf in the kitchen where you keep the tomato sauce. And like, well, let's say, I don't know, you want to make a pizza or something, but that sucker's way up there on the top shelf and you just can't reach it. Monkey puppet.
There you go. Yeah, I'm very familiar with the Punky Muppets.
Where'd I put my 110 volt Variac?
Put it on eBay and charge like, I don't know, whatever you think it's worth, times that times 4, you know, and just stick it on eBay. It won't matter.
Yeah, I got one here that I use just for testing purposes, and I put it somewhere safe, and guess what? It's still safe.
Oh, I just tested mine the other day, put my tongue on it. Man, it still works.
You put your tongue on a Variac, Budley?
Hey, you gotta see if the juice is in. No. How you doing, David?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
Doing okay. Had some bone. They took out a bone, put in a titanium plate, but it's feeling pretty good, man.
Well, yeah, whereabouts in your wrist?
Right at the four carpal bones on the right side are being fused, and the scaphoid bone on the left is taken out.
Yeah, gotcha. Interesting. I just had some nerves resected in my right wrist, and the next thing that doesn't work is kind of sort of similar to what you're talking about, a fusion, which I like fusion, you know, jazz and rock, but when it comes to your wrist, no.
Nah. Yeah, there's no way around this one. This is an ancient football injury. The scaphoid bone was broken in 71, 19. It wasn't treated properly. Not if the arthritis is building up, because with my age, it start causing major problems with the nerve bundle. So it had to go. And it's been good. I'll be back at work next week, and I was right with the world.
How long will it take for it to heal up?
I've got nothing for 4 weeks, so I want to make sure the damage is pretty good. And I thought the fusion in my back on my lumbar region was pretty solid after 12 weeks. The back was quite a man. So, by Christmas everything will be back to normal.
Well, good. I wish I had more to stick in here, but man, I've had a long day. I'm really friggin' tired. I had an issue with this transmitter last night where there seems to be this intermittent short with the bias and the modulators. Now, 572Bs and the 4400 full strap have 2700 volts on them. So there's probably, minus 12 volts or so of bias in the modulator tubes. Then when you go to low power, there's a line on the multi-pole switch that shorts or pulls the bias to ground because the 572Bs operate in zero bias mode at 1300 volts or whatever. So if that line shorts when you're in full strap, the modulator idle goes up to like 80 or 90 mils. And they get rather red in the face. And it kills the emission in at least one of the tubes. And they go flat. So the only way to resuscitate them is to just turn the ferments on and let them run. And I've done that, and it looks like they've come back. So I figured I'd fire up and get on for a moment or so, just to check things out, and everything is A-okay.
But here, so, yeah, I haven't had the Viking Bud fired up in about, maybe 3 months, so I figured I'd fire it up tonight and blah, blah, blah. So that sounded good then. 398 or we're at about 75 dB on the meter.
Okay. So I got a bit of doing. Friday night, people like to party. And I'm just kind of worn out, or else I'd be sitting here having a couple of little glasses of red stuff and maybe even firing up the 811 rig, which is more of a rarity these days. So I'll catch you guys later. This is WA1H YLR.
Okay, Timmy! Yeah, the 811 rig. I told you it got back on the wagon a little bit. It's like, it's weird though. Like, I don't know.
Well, everything in moderation.
Okay, Timmy, have a good night. Calling it quits, I can understand that. Tell Marcy we said hey and be good. And you know the rest. We're supposed to have company, but they never showed up, so I gotta go upstairs find out what's going on. Timmy, have a great night. And David, better living by chemistry. I'm not saying anything.
Somebody's chucking a carrier in there. What?
Hi, Billy.
Hey, Dave.
How you doing, man?
Well, I'm doing okay. Kind of still got this lingering headache. It's not as bad as it was before, but it's in there a little bit. Other than that, not too bad. I can't complain, man. It's Friday night. You know, Boo Boo's hanging out. I got Big Blue running. What else is there?
Yeah, man. What else is there? Well, strap it on in here, man. I gave up on finding that Variac. I found a little panel mount, 3-amp Variac. And now I just need to find a place to put it on this panel that's not... I don't want to work myself into a corner. Because I have to have the pleat and the Lodium vacuum variables, which I want to mount vertically on the chassis and use those right-angle gears that I got that time. I want to use them finally.
Yeah, right-angle gears, man. It's really funny how bent out of shape I got about those stupid gears, man. But I did. I let myself get there. They have some kind of power over me. Yeah, I'm better now. Except, like, you know, I still feel like a jerk because, like, I don't have a working 810 rig. It's been a long time, Dave. It's been a long time.
Now, I think you're going to find that you had things hindering your progress that you don't have right now. But now you got work hindering your progress.
Yeah.
And, you know, let the world go by. But I do need to look down there and figure out how to put up a decent antenna so I can be with the guy.
You ever see Yosemite Sam, like after the safe lands on him and there's like just 2 feet sticking out and you hear him talking?
Yeah.
Oh, get that rabbit!
I'm hunting rabbit.
What's up with all the Q-worm?
I don't know. There's somebody with one of them AM carriers in there. Them AM guys all come from the CB.
WA3KLR.
W2VW.
And WD8BIL as the beaver.
W2BTK, gotta run to the pisser. I'll be back.
You can't say that on ham radio.
You can't say pisser, but you can say wicked pissa.
Only if you're from one land and you're not. You're gonna get in trouble.
You gotta say pisser. You gotta say outhouse.
I am going to the lavatory to urinate. I don't think you could get any more. But I mean, if you can't say that, then what can you say?
I'm an 8. I thought I was a 10.
Don't forget to wear your mask.
Yo, thanks for the bits, man.
Yeah, and stay 6 feet
Glad
away.
you're having fun, bro. I'll be right back. I got a tinkle.
6 feet. You know, in the lavatory, I mean, you know, it's going to get messy.
Hams don't say 6 feet, you say 2 meters.
How about this? I am gonna walk my ass to the bathroom and take a piss. All right, that's how BTK says it, and then I didn't curse. I didn't say anything wrong. Deal with it.
And that, my friend, is called communication. They don't understand what you are trying to convey.
You go pee-pee now.
the first time on 3885 this season, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Good to hear you guys. Tom, you put a great signal in here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just propagation, thanks. It's like channel 19 here tonight. Yeah, sometimes it's here, sometimes. Where's the Viking bed and bread?
And I got a whole power just peaking at a kilowatt on voice peaks. So there you go. Yeah, we missed you. Bert and I were chatting and tonight, and we had a pretty decent time. So the propagation wasn't all that bad, even at 5 o'clock. Actually, it was like 30 to 6 when we hooked up.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're coming in real good now. And, yeah, I plumb forgot about that here, Net, but until like 7:30, and it was too late.
Yeah, I was long gone by then. Oop, I just got the howler. Our company is here. They're only an hour late, so I got to go up and entertain. I was hoping we didn't have to do tonight, but hey guys, take care. I've been with you for the last half hour, and we'll do more of it. WD8BIL as the Beaver.
Good night, Budley. Nice talking to you. W2VW. Look forward to doing it again soon, even if it is here.
All right, 7-3, Bud. Maybe we'll catch you on the WFD net tomorrow.
Yeah, most likely. I'll be there probably around 6 o'clock, Tom. So we're not going to stay the whole day down at the cabin. So I'll probably be down there about that time. All right, catch you later. 7-3.
See you, Budley.
Time you getting on there, Tom? 5?
Well, I don't normally get on that early. Maybe 5:30.
Yeah. Maybe if I'm not doing anything, which chances are not good, but maybe I'll pop down there. I haven't been on there and talked to Bart in a long, long time.
Man, Boo Boo blasted my work clothes, man. If I leave any clothes in that bathroom, she annihilates them. It smells like cat piss over there by the toilet.
Well, you gotta keep the kitty litter box clean.
Her box is so clean, I cleaned it yesterday. If that one spot, if I leave clothes on the ground, she blasts them. Nowhere else in the house, just right there.
He's trying to tell you that's not your turn. That's
sounds like you could put your clothes anywhere else but there.
It just happens that, I come home from work, I shed the clothes right there by the shower, and sometimes they sit there for a day or two, like when it's the weekend, she blasts them.
Well, it's nice you got somebody thinking of you.
Yeah, it's just cat stuff. She doesn't really understand human stuff. I don't really understand cat stuff. But I know about it.
Yeah. Well, you got to get yourself a bigger hamper or something, You throw the stuff in there and shut the lid.
Yeah. Well, that would probably solve everything. I have a hamper. I should drag it in there. Keep my hamper in the other room. It's stupid. Why is it there? See? I knew there was a reason I fired up my radio tonight.
Yeah, the cat. Cat's trying to tell you, move the hamper in there, stupid.
My buddy Mike's in the chat. He's the one who gave me the cat. And he said, I told you. She did it to him since she was born. She just does that. But at least there's nowhere else in the house, just right there in that bathroom if I leave my clothes. So who knows? Like, I'll put a hamper in there. There won't be any clothes for her to piss on, and she might start pissing somewhere else.
That could happen. That could happen. You don't know. You want to try it.
She's such a good cat, though, man. Like, she doesn't do anything wrong. I've never caught her pissing on my clothes. I just smell it, you know. So if you didn't see it, it didn't happen.
Yeah, I'll fool him. He'll never figure it out.
WALR.
W2BTK. What?
W2 very weak.
Pretty hard today. I hope you're taking the weekend, right?
Yeah. Oh, my headache's finally starting to go away. Like, I feel alright.
You know what it was?
I think I just got kind of dehydrated last night, and it's taken a while to rehydrate.
No, I mean, you know what it was that fixed it?
What?
The cat stuff.
Oh, yeah. The strong stench of cat piss made it go right away.
See that?
I should bottle it and sell it.
You could send it to the net members for free.
Oh, they probably wouldn't know what to do with it. Probably just flush it down the toilet.
You think they got running water?
Well, it got a whole truckload of them cardboard tubes, so now that, yeah, it got indoor plumbing too.
I mean, they got indoor plumbing down there now.
Yeah, I told you, got a whole truckload of cardboard tubes. Built him some plumbing.
Wow, what next?
Start a net.
You know, I was looking for a recording with the before and after for my Space Diversity microphone setup, and I perused it, but I never successfully figured out what was what.
Oh, what, the live streams from last weekend?
Yeah. I found some that I know were the after, but I'm not sure I found the before.
The Thursday night one, there was maybe a half an hour of that didn't get uploaded because I kept dropping, the stream kept dropping out. So there was like an 11-minute recording and then like a 17-minute recording. And then, like, it finally stayed up for like 2 hours. So I just uploaded the 2-hour chunk, and the other two smaller bits never made it to YouTube, but they should still be on Twitch for, another week or so. But it's all up there, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with the date and that. Hopefully it didn't happen in the time where my stream kept crashing out.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look. If I don't find it, I'll have to do an AB on the air here, which is not going to be easy to do because I can't reach my mixer from here. Maybe I'll move it. I should really put that mixer in the rack anyway.
Anyhow, Bill, you reminded me, I typed up a list of nets a couple weeks ago, some that really existed. I thought up some new ones, and I was going to post that on the AM phone bulletin board today and forgot. So maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
AM phone. I don't think I've been on there in a couple years. I don't check that site very much.
It doesn't have too much activity anymore. It can sometimes go a day without a post. But, do you remember the WhisperNet? You gotta have really good signal. WhisperNet.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, there's a few of those. What? Tom, has Johnny Novice been on the air?
No, and I was wondering, I thought he's retired now. And I was thinking of that too when I saw him post about Ralph being a silent key, and I'm thinking, where is Johnny Novice? And he used to check into the well, I guess he started the WFD net with Ralph, and he hasn't been around.
Yeah, actually, Ralph and Bill, 3DUQ, started that whole thing back in like 2002 or something like that, I think. I forget the year. But anyway, yeah, he certainly used to be on there when he was not deployed. Well, I guess he's the one that found out because Ralph's son, I didn't even know Ralph had a son, reached out to him. I just wanted to find out if Ralph successfully outlived his ex-wife, because that was his goal.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I knew he had a son either. I knew he had a daughter, because he talked about having troubles with her.
Yeah, I remember the daughter and the grandson and all that stuff. Plenty of times. But yeah, I didn't know he had a son. Anyway, we had some family. I remember last time I went over his house, I went over there and he's like, here, sit down on the couch. He had to like move some shotguns over.
Yeah, that's a bachelor pad.
Yeah, well, that's how he described it. That's what he used to say. It's like, I'm a bachelor, and this is a bachelor place.
So, here's a really weird question somebody asked in the chat, and I don't exactly know how to, answer it. They said, is there another kind of AM other than phone? It's a weird question. Like, how would you answer that?
Well, AM just refers to the method of modulation. So if you're piggybacking a signal that varies in amplitude on a carrier, or even if you don't have a carrier, but a pseudo carrier like sideband is really AM. Digital TV in the United States is AM also. It's 8 VSB is AM. So yeah, there's AM that's not phone, but most people call those things AM just for argument's sake, whereas people who deal with the stuff all the time call it by something that's understandable, like 8 VSB, you call it 8 VSB. Or single sideband, you call it single sideband. But if you want to start an argument, I haven't had an argument tonight, by the way, so I'm going to start an argument.
Yeah, this is A3, sideband A3J.
Well, and more, man, they changed all that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, there's a whole new set.
You know, I mean, that stuff was cool and it worked, but somebody decided they're going to change it up.
Oh, it's a good argument. Class C sucks. Tubes are good.
Well, I don't know that it sucks. Completely. I mean, you know, it can suck. I mean, even tubes can suck.
All right. Class C causes cancer, and tubes turn you into a Greek god.
Well, that's true.
Class C drain modulation is better than tube plate modulation.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah, huh?
What makes you say that?
Because of the plot I made, and once a tube plate gets down below a couple hundred volts, it craps out.
Well, that's only them damn screen grid tubes. You get a real man's tube, it only has 3 elements in it. You don't have that.
I always thought drain modulation was something Timmy did.
Three elements and hopefully some handles.
Handle here is red.
That's VJB.
VJB from WA3KELR. Hi, Paul. I'm retired now.
Wow, Tom. You sound much more relaxed.
Yep. Not a slop bucket in America can touch me.
All right, you're taking up the mantle. When did you retire? And was it your choice?
Well, half and half. I planned to retire May 1st, but I left work because of COVID March 18th or 19th. Packed up at the end of one day, walked out, and never came back.
Wow. Well, good for you, Tom. This helps guarantee that you'll enjoy your retirement years. I've been working at home since late March. Instead of chasing around the hallways, I'm doing video calls, and it feels a lot safer.
Yeah, my wife and I do some Zoom stuff.
Zoom, Skype, WebEx. There's a couple other ones out there. I hate Teams. I hate the Google platform. But Zoom seems to be the most reliable.
There's always Discord.
I was with one of my doctors, and my wife mainly uses Messenger with her relative.
Yeah. Is that the Facebook platform? That's kind of subject to hacks. I haven't even tried that one, but anyway. I didn't mean to step on Dave's argument that he was about to initiate. He's not right unless he gets one per evening.
Yeah, hi, Paul. Well, have you got any arguments for me? I could use a fresh person in here. These guys ain't making it.
I'll cue up Monty Python's argument clinic. I can't argue unless you feed. Well, perhaps I'm arguing in my spare time.
That's exactly what I was thinking myself.
Well, we had Trump versus Biden arguments here last night this time.
Well, at least you give Trump top billing.
What?
Go ahead and give it a try.
I'm voting for Joe Jorgensen.
Well, Paul, did you know Ralph W3GL is a silent key?
I figured that had to have happened. What's the story behind it? He hasn't been on for a couple of years. I'm sorry to hear that. I last saw him at memorial for Dave there, K3ZRF, and that's been, what, 6 years ago?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him at the end, but Johnny, W3JN, got a call from Ralph's son, and Johnny posted on the AM phone bulletin board. It was about a week ago.
Yeah, he had to be in his 90s, I guess, wasn't he?
93.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Good evening.
The glass from the past. If we were on channel 6 right now, Daryl, I would turn my radio off. But we're not. So say good evening, W2BTK.
The McMartian
Good
station.
evening to you. Billy, Dave, everybody else out there. And it's been a rough week, fellas. My son passed away. He was 32 years old, so I figured I'd come down here and turn on the radio and, you know, get my mind off it. But life goes on, and it's just been rough. So, all sound good. I don't know how this thing's sounding. I haven't been on in a while, so, but this is KD2AFL, the glass from the past.
And Paul's out there too. Paul's like AM famous. Everyone knows Paul.
Well, Daryl, really sorry to hear that, man. That's terrible. That's really terrible. I know you're getting into retirement and all that stuff. At 32 years old is way too young. Sorry to hear that, man. W2VW.
I appreciate it. Okay, then. Hello to the other gentleman, too.
Yeah, I don't know you, Daryl. I've talked to you a couple of times, but of course my condolences there. That's a terrible loss. Just out of curiosity, is that a coronavirus-related thing?
No. He was in a car accident about a month, and he was taking painkiller pills, I guess, and I don't know yet until we get the reports back, but I believe he got addicted to the painkillers, and I think he had a massive heart attack. But I won't know until a couple of months. But I'll see. But he wasn't even sick. Just seen him Tuesday. Passed away Thursday. Last week. Buried him today. But it's been rough.
Yeah, I bet. Well, I didn't mean to drag you through it. You came down here to get on the radio to get your mind away from it, but I'm hearing more and more cases of younger people with the coronavirus, so I was going to add it to that if that were the case, but end result's bad any way you look at it, so my best to you and your family.
Okay, thank you. All right, no problem. I'll just be here listening a little bit, and then I don't know, might shut it down, but I just had to come turn the radio on just to listen and see what's going on out there, get my mind off him a little bit, but here I am. So, I appreciate it, and I'll be listening, guys. This is KD2AFL.
All right, very good. And W3BTK and W3VW. This is WA3VJB.
Yeah, W4VJB. This is W2VW. Yeah, Daryl, well, don't forget, you got friends here. So, nice to hear you on, not under those circumstances, but still good to hear you. And you take care. Let's see, where's KLR? Was he in Five Land?
I could be.
Did you move, Tom?
I'm so sorry to hear about the loss of your son. I think I maybe talked to you once, quite a while ago. I'm south of Allentown. Oh, well, I don't know. Take care.
Thank you.
I just looked up Ralph. His birthday was August 9th, 1927, so he just turned 93.
Yeah, he was 6 months older than my dad, who missed World War II by 4 days. And he was just in it by a few months, Ralph.
Wow. Trying to look up any community obituaries on him here. See what might have been going on.
I just got to find out if he outlived his ex-wife.
That's probably why he lived as long as he did, right? He was going to blink. He was let her blink first.
That was his goal. He told me that.
Raison d'etre.
Nothing like motivation.
Man, I hope I don't need a reason like that.
Well, like they say, you know what happens.
So are you all retired now, like Tom, or what are you up to?
Well, I'm still doing stuff, but I'm just not where I used to be. But I'm moving. I'm working on something right now.
Yeah, I knew you weren't where you used to be, but I didn't know what you did since then.
That's just the way I like it.
Okay, well, you've disappeared from the other channel, too, for the reasons you explained, and I don't even know if your cell phone still is the same.
It depends the last time I saw you on there. Well, my email's still all the same.
Oh, email is so old, folks.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Let me see what I've got for you here. W2ATE. It's still in there like that. 2126?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. So that's not out of date. Yeah, I'll catch up with you at some point then and see what QTF, you know.
Roger.
What?
What frequency am I on?
The same one I'm on, so that's fine.
What was it? What was the second part of that?
That's fine. Just stay put. We're 0 beat of each other, so, you know, if it really came down to it, we could just tell everyone else they're off frequency.
And you young guys can't sit in a chair for very long. You get a headache. I just want you to get up.
Oh, no, I'm staying put, man. I'm right here. I'm good. 3884 point what? Where are we? That's good enough. You hear me?
Yeah, I just want to go online and read about myself being a... And you, of course.
Where am I?
Earth with F.
Good evening again. WNUED Sirius Connecticut.
Good evening.
Look like everybody's slowed down to 3884.
W1LQA. I guess I'll jump in since DJ did. Hello, Bill.
Hey guys, it's everybody from the Twitch stream, and yes, you guys doubled a little, but I heard you both. We're just drifting away, man. You know, 3885, 3884. When you're, you know, out in the ocean that is 75 meters, and your vessel is a 1940s tube VFO, sometimes you just let it drift, you know? Crack a beer, take a nap, you know, like you're out at sea, you're just drifting.
Where should I be transmitting? How about that?
Right.
Somewhere in between 3884 and 3885.
Well, everybody's still sounding good over here in 9 land. This is W9WOO. I'm still listening.
W9WOO, good evening from Annapolis, WA3VJB.
Good evening to you. Wonderful here in the crossroads of America.
As are yourself, coming out to the East Coast. Good signal. I guess the band's starting to turn a little long. Name is Paul. And listening to you on a McKay, ITT McKay high seas receiver. Talking about ships there, Billy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think you're actually on frequency. You're on 3885. But, oh well. Sounding good over here in Indy. Everybody is. Just over here, drinking my adult beverage and in between watching Bluetooth and going outside and looking at the stars and coming down here and listening to some QSO and I don't know. I'm probably going to shut everything down and go snuggle up and watch a movie. What the younger people say, Netflix and chill. W9WO.
Oh, Netflix and chill. That's what you. That's something else. You're just watching Netflix. Netflix and chill is different. Crap. What? Oh yeah, Paul. No, Gary's been in here all night, man. He's always got a good signal from Nineland. Like when the band is short of line or whatever. Usually when he gets out here, I hear him.
No, I know. I'm the newcomer. I just thought he was checking in. It's kind of hard to tell when people kind of fade away and then, oh, I'm still awake. Like when Timmy hits his knee voltage.
Knee voltage.
Yeah, I heard that happen earlier tonight. He just kind of said, oh, I don't have any more to put in here.
I remember Timmy when he was young and spunky.
Ah, yes, weren't we all?
What?
What are you, deaf to?
Wait, what? Oh God, I guess I'm not that young. As far as ham radio operators go, I'm like a baby, but in the grand scheme of things, I just turned 35 a couple weeks ago. So, you know, I'm like really not that young. It's kind of a weird feeling. I don't know how I feel about that. W2BTK. Billy the Kid.
Supposed to be a grown-up.
Who says? WA3KLR. Bill, you're a JN with a $9,000 exciter.
Yeah. Rode and Schwartz. Rode. I can't believe that, though. You know, my buddy Jerry gave me this thing free of charge. I met up with him at Walmart. He'd found my YouTube videos, and I had a video where I was discussing with this guy Daniel KFR, and he's way younger than me. We were talking about quadrature stuff and you know, making images and text in the waterfall and IQ signals and stuff, and what you'd have to do that. And Jerry popped in there and like commented like, yo, like, here's how you do it, like blah 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 blah, like that's really cool. And like we were going back and forth. He was like, yo, I've got this old Rode and Schwartz from work, basically,
and you can have it. Like, if you want to mess around with this crap and do it, like, I'll meet up with you next time. I guess his parents live up here, so we met up at Walmart. He handed the thing off to me. He gave me some files for a program called MATLAB that would, basically do what I wanted to do, and he taught me how the scripts work, how to modify them, make my own files, and this and that. It's been like a great learning experience having this thing, but yeah, I guess he thought I'd make a worthwhile explosion, as my buddy VW over there says. So he just sent it up here to the BTK shack, like, yeah, here you go. And I've got it now. I was on the air with it a bit. My interstage exciters are currently being ironed out, so I'm on the Viking 2 right now, but it was making spectacular AM, and the even cooler thing was the single sideband signal. It sounded so good. Like, it was absolutely trippy to hear. I had the thing turned down, like minus 70 dBm, just directly into my SDR receiver, and I was listening to it, and geez, like, it's stupid. Not to mention, you can do like 96 kilohertz wide single sideband or AM, transmit multiple AM carriers on different frequencies and modulate them all with different modulation, double sideband, digital, like, you can do anything with this crap. So, freaking awesome. I think I went on a little bit of a tangent, but yeah, the guy gave it to me, so feeling blessed. W2BTK.
Yeah, how many guys can say they got a state-of-the-art RNS generator at Walmart?
Right? But yeah, he does like radar work, so I guess he's just got this stuff. Like, he's got one himself. He has all kinds of crap, I guess he gets from work.
Sounds like it goes out the loading dock or something.
Hey, anybody want to guess the vacuum cleaner brand?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. This is going to be great.
Filter Queen.
Bissell. No, that's definitely not a Dyson.
Electrolux.
Tom?
Well, I think it's the brand I have here, but I can't recall it. Let me check with my wife. Hold on.
Checking out.
Okay.
Is that one of those iMac vacuum cleaners?
No. Are you kidding me? When you hear how the lack of noise that this device makes, you're going to want to throw up.
Tropical services turned up in the Gulf and hit a kind of sword back along the Gulf.
It's got too much suction to make code out of.
Good God. I could probably do that too if I opened the door behind me.
It's like V3A.
Talks about, that's a lot.
It ain't easy to do.
And help all. So, what is the answer?
I'm waiting for Tom. I want Tom's guest to get it, and he's got to check with the XYL because he can't remember the brand name of his vacuum, but he thinks his vacuum sounds like my vacuum. He may be right. I don't know. I haven't heard his vacuum.
See if he walks over to it, she's liable to put him to work.
I'm back. Kenmore.
All right. No, it's a Dyson.
No way. I said it's not a Dyson. It doesn't have that, when you turned it off, it didn't have that crazy wind down, or maybe it didn't translate properly.
It might be. I just don't know how to mic a vacuum cleaner properly, Billy.
Your vacuum cleaner's out of phase.
Have you ever used those Dyson hand dryers? Heard one shut off? It's the most distinct thing in the world. I think the vacuums sound like that too.
Oh, Wait a minute, you thought it was out of phase? Hang on. Wait a minute.
My modulator here.
All right, here's the other phase. Want some suction? All right, this is phase B. Get back to phase A. Billy wants to hear it run down. Yeah, it's not coming through enough in the wind down, you're right.
It's like a lot of really high frequency stuff that's probably not there. It doesn't sound the same. I bet it sounds totally different in the room. That's just one of those sounds that doesn't make it, you know. Where'd you get a Dyson? See, I can't think of Dyson without thinking of my stupid friend RJ down in Florida, 13 VA. He tricked me into buying expensive glue, like that Gorilla Glue stuff at Home Depot, and driving to Florida and gluing the wheel back on his Dyson. That's a hell of a story.
I think you told me that once. Well, I need to vacuum when I was going to vacuum here, so I'll be listening. So panel mounted this variac, and I want to hook this thing up. That's my goal for this evening, and then I can go to sleep. So I'll be back. W2 very weak, and I mean that.
Well, you run that, and then Bill can see what the bandwidth of your transmitter is.
Keep that suction away from your lips.
Well, have fun, Dave.
Yeah, Dave, do you have your little French apron on or anything?
Billy, you need...
Well, I'll just have to imagine. WA3VJB.
Yeah, he's gone. And what were you gonna say? You guys doubled a little bit.
You should have bought a 3D printer for your buddy's Dyson wheel.
You were in like a crazy fade, and you came up. I heard you say Dyson wheel.
3D printer equals Dyson wheel.
Oh yeah, but this was like this was a few years ago where most people didn't have 3D printers. You couldn't just go out and buy one very easily. And they weren't as mainstream as they are now.
Email, like your call sign at something.
I'm sorry, can you do it one more time? There's like, it's not so much your signal as it is there's like a lot of crap and fading going on right now. Mostly the crap. It's like a bunch of carriers and slop bucket and weird crap going on. What'd you say?
Look in your stream. I just posted it there. W1UED.
Oh, and by the way, that transmission was great. It's what's on my? Yeah, I'll send it to you.
W1UED, WA3VJB. Did I ask you if Perry was a descendant or an ancestor of yours?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've talked a couple of times. Perry was my grandfather.
Yeah, I thought so. It suddenly locked in. Very good. Nice to hear you again.
Nice to hear you as well. Yeah, I was wondering where everybody's been. I talk to Billy almost every weekend, and I knew there was another your car phone, but I remember talking to you.
Yeah, name is Paul. Location Annapolis down this way, and I used to run across your grandfather in Washington when he was up on Capitol Hill from time to time doing his business.
Very good. Now I remember. Now if you say your name, I remember it. Very good. Well, good evening, sir. How's everything down that way?
Doing fine. I haven't been on for the past couple months because it's summer static season, and we live close enough to the Chesapeake Bay that the storms seem to come in pretty reliably. And I call it a radio lodge. It's a 20 by 24 place on the back of the property here, and I'd have to run out and ground everything in the afternoon, so I just don't. And tonight I got on this evening before sunset. Said I'd get a little radio time in, shake the dust and the cobwebs out, and that's a pretty good activity. So good to hear you on as well as the others here this evening. I'm pretty amazed. I shut off the SDR. I was listening to you on one of the, was it Uniontown, Pennsylvania? And I'm hearing you better here at home. I'm listening to you on a shipboard radio. It's an ITT McKay. I think it's I forget the nomenclature. Nobody knows what it is anyway. But it's a solid state receiver of about 30 years old. And I'm hearing you better on that than I was the SDR node that I happen to be tuned in on. So the 25 watts is making a high fine business trip.
Paul. Someone in the Twitch chat here, WB2 MMR is asking. Well, he said, any chance Paul has not done radio work? I guess he's asking.
Yeah, I used to be self-conscious about that because when I was doing radio news, and I crossed into television about 25 years ago, but when I was a radio news guy, we always made fun of the DJs on the other side of the soundproof window if they had what they called a vomit voice or a puker. And what that means in the trade is if somebody really talks like this and that very affected sound, it almost sounds like they're about to throw up. And I always self-consciously lumped myself into that category when somebody would peg me as being a radio guy or a broadcaster. They don't mean it. That's not, there's quite a distinction, it turns out. But at the time, when I'm still coming up through my career, it's like, no, I guess I need to talk in a monotone.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you get a lot of comments actually in here. Paul, other guy, he's actually I think he's on frequency. He says you sound amazing.
I reposted your ladies' night to a general thread on QRZ.com of had a video production of a number of women radio operators, and it's like, there's nothing like actually hearing women on AM on the air discussing the world situation as compared to a video profile. So I reposted, I think, Ladies Night 3, and it got quite a number of clicks, it looks like.
Oh yeah, I don't usually do that. I think what's his name? Perry does those streams. This is a different channel.
That's right. Yeah, I did. I confused the two of them. MMR's got the other one, the AM window, and yours is Twix.
Yeah. I think he multi-streams to like a bunch of different ones, but I just do Twitch.
Yeah, man, we're worldwide anymore. This stuff didn't used to exist. I was telling Timmy a couple of months ago, because I'd found these tapes somewhere, when we used to swap back and forth those little 3-inch open reel tapes, like the service members used to send back from Vietnam. We used to send tapes back and forth with one another that we'd made recordings off the air on. That was the only way you could do it.
Hey, man, thanks for the follow.
WB2
I heard WB2, but I missed the suffix.
Yeah, WB2 in Orlando. How do you copy, guys? How do you copy?
Yeah, you're doing fine. Nice to hear Orlando coming in. WB2LFY and the group WA3BJB. How copy down there?
Oh, cool. You're a little off frequency, and that kind of freaked up my oscillator. Zero beating into the other. I didn't break down the call that. But you got to get 520 over S9 down here into Orlando. Flat, and you're coming in really slow.
very strong, so. Back to you, and I'll have to swap over our crystal here to keep the oscillator from Petrodyne with a little more frequency there. So back to you, old man, huh?
Yeah, okay, what's the name there, LFY?
Handle is Rich. Radio Indian Charlie Hotel, Rich.
Okay, Rich, yeah, nice to make acquaintance with you there. I'm the guy off frequency. It seems like most everybody's on 3884 and a half. And I was down on 3873 for a while earlier this evening, and I spooled up here to quickly say hey to a couple of people and didn't realize they were being non-standard. So, yeah, zero beat to Billy or one of the others who are on 3884 and a half or whatever. And they'll be happy. Yeah, I'm located in Annapolis, the capital of Maryland, and running a dipole at about 90 feet in the center. Northeast, southwest. So you're not quite in the sweet spot at Orlando, but you're not far off of it either. I often check in with the Florida AM net on Sunday mornings. I hope you know about that. And may cross paths with you there. Usually before sunrise, the band is still long, and I've actually been an intermittent anchor of the Florida AM net via Maryland, because I can hear all those guys trying to check in to nobody else hearing them. So I'll start taking names, and as the sun comes up, anchor away, and the real anchor station has the list to work with, so it works out pretty well, Rich. Go ahead.
Yeah, I still don't get your calls, and I don't have the handle there. I do recognize the voice, though. It's funny. I get your voice, and oh, yeah, you put on the AM on Sunday morning and trying to pin the camera there. But, yeah, you're coming in like 20 over S9, no problem, and we're just surprised that the band is really just so strong tonight. So, if you can, for the second time, give us the call and the handle. I know you're in Maryland, but a roundabout there, would you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. You did ask for the calls, and I gave you my name instead, and then you lost that, too. So we'll just start over again. Call it to WA3, Victor Juliet Bravo, Virgin Jealous Boyfriend. And the name is Tom. Papa Alpha Uniform Lena. Copy? Yo, Joe. Yeah, Rich in Orlando. Joe just checked in from Long Island. You copying PJP?
Yeah, I just copy him. I heard him flash in there and WA3 PJP. I'll look at the my cheat sheet list from the AM group, and if Joe wants to make the contact, I copy him. The band is a little noisy, but I think it's a good strong signal, though. If he wants the QSL, I'm good with that, too. So, WA3, BJP, W2, North Point, Orlando. I'm just going to let it pause here and see if Joe can make contact.
Weird conditions tonight.
Everybody's going away.
Yeah, WA2, PAT, I think it was in Long Island. Remember, you can run you 100 watts, I can copy 100 watts. It's just above the noise around a little bit. So we do copy it. Handle is Rich, all the whiskey games, 200 Foxtrot. I used to live in Central Iceland. If you're on Long Island, I was in Central Iceland, if you know what that is. So I'm going to keep it short. Back to you. I didn't get the handle. WA2, PAB, WP201.
WA4, same thing.
is not that far. So, yeah, Central License over here in Mandeville. That's pretty good. I'm not sure exactly if it's before Patchogue or west of Mount Fork Point. There's someplace in between there. I don't know if you're on the North Shore or the South Shore. So we were in Central License, and that was in the middle and towards the ocean a little bit. So we were pretty much dead center. But like I said, the copy is brief. I do copy it good. So give me a full letter and a prefix. Is it PAP, like Papa, American Papa, or is it Papa blank Papa? Just and the handle too would be good. So just give me a quick story on that, please. WA2 PJP, okay, Papa Japan Papa. Okay, that's great. I mean, you're getting across the ship there. Van usually out here is shut down, and with the weather, it's I don't know why. I look out the window and see if there's any stars. I guess the van is open, but it's not shining. But and I'm well surprised that the van is open. It's been a nice Christmas. Season here, with the van opening, it should get a little better. I'm usually on 40 meters, but tonight I came down here to see what the van was doing. I was so surprised that you guys are putting 20 over, at least 20 to 40 over 9. And I'm using an HQ 170, and I have a Johnson Viking Uno. Johnson Viking 1 with a Collins 30S1. And I have a 45-foot vertical antenna running about 2,000 watts. No, running 350 watts carrier, 350 watts carrier. So, I copy you good? I don't have the handle. WA2, PJP, WB2, LF1. Back to you, over. Lima Foxtrot Yankee. WB2, Lima Foxtrot Yankee, over.
I can't hear that guy at all.
You seem to be the strongest. WA3, PJB, WB2 Alpha in the group. Back to you, over.
both beverages, you know? Maybe on 40 meters tomorrow. Looking at the wind forecast for 15 miles out of the day. So we were going to stay home, but another race to come off the left. I don't know if we can use the figure system or not, but about 9 miles on 40 meters. Maybe we can visit a little more contact down around 7:30, something like that. I think it's not too bad to know. You just have the answer about the figure the system. 4 and a half. And as I was saying, look at the time. I like 5. Boring. And all frequency. I'll see you guys later.
Can't hear anything, man. Hey, I can barely hear everybody. The band is changing over here, so I'm going to say 7-3. W2BTK.
Got here, Funk. I'm going to say hello to you. Only 2 band conditions, but the band is great tonight. I hear everybody from every different direction, 100% copy. So I just want to take it easy to you. And everything you've got going on the whole JK down here in Texas, Alabama. Yeah, don't look for me in the morning. I stay up late and sleep late. So I haven't been on any of the morning nets or anything in a long time, but if I wake up early enough, I might, but most likely I probably won't. 73 to you if you're heading out of here, WA4JK. I'll stand by and listen to see what else pops up tonight since the band's in good condition.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened out there, man. Everybody just went away, or... Wow, what is the 9... Hold on, check that out. 9-land steel.
Jerry, you're doing good, too. W9AD.
We're down the top of the graph here.
Yeah, the band went long on all the guys out east. I just came in here to listen for a minute before turning this thing off, and good to hear everybody. W9AD. Okay, there's some doubling going on there, but Steve's QIX remote is sounding fine business with a big signal. Yeah, the band is long. Everybody is blasting into Chicago, Atlanta type area here. No, not at the moment. There was a couple of few doubles or triple going on with some carriers and heterodynes and stuff, but no, you're clear at the moment. Good to hear you, Steve. Well, the QIX remote control mobile is fine business. You're like 30 over. Yeah, and like I said, everybody's signals were coming in good from out there. No, I don't think we're going to be going down there till probably after the first of the year when there's some sort of vaccine comes out. Because, first of all, I think things are still a little bit screwed up down there, and they'll probably be they were a little bit slow to get the infections and stuff going down there in comparison to here, and I don't think it's all that horrible, but they'll probably be a little bit behind us. So, we usually try to go down there for around the All Saints Day, the Halloween type, Day of the Dead thing, but I don't think we're doing that this year. So we'll probably just plan on doing our second thing, which is usually mid-January, if they've got, vaccines or different therapeutics all ironed out a little bit better. I mean, the medical care is a lot better down there than you would think, but still, it's with this, you don't want to fool around. Well, good to hear you. Fine business. Big signal into here, and I didn't know you moved, but obviously you got things working. So hopefully that was an easy move. No, we're not going any place. I mean, we're doing stuff around the house, putting in a solar and battery type thing that the wife wants, and there's all the stuff we've got going here, there's no way we're going to try to relocate and move all this stuff around. I certainly don't want to move all the antennas and this equipment around, so leave it as is. QIX-W9AT.
We're good on the whole situation with Mexico. Not much time. Think about that. Yeah, it was kind of like the house, it's not really an old house that used to be farmed out. It's a green starts right on the lake. Keep the station set up here, and keep the antenna where it is. Because, we've got a lot of time. That's just kind of where I'm at. So the antenna's not super near the house. It's just like decent away. The house obviously not going to go on forever. Hopefully we'll use it for a few years. The relocation, it's a lake that has only a little over 3/4 of an acre of land, and it's on the lake. I can't really put up, 100-foot towers. Because I could build a town. So I'm going to have to figure something out. I'll probably look around for another where I can set up a station much like we did here. Situation on that
out there, Dave. But that's good to hear your voice. Sounds healthy. Hopefully, everybody's healthy and all that. All the important stuff. So back to you, W9AD. This is W1QIX. K8DJR.
K8DJR. Okay, I'll get it there in a second. Okay, well that explains the RF. It seemed very similar to the quality and strength of before, so that explains that right there. Well, that's very good that he allowed you to keep that going. But like you say, you don't even have a deed for it, and this, that, and the other, and you work with a gentleman's agreement for a few years or something, I guess. But you got to keep the plans going to move facilities. Oh, everything's all right. Well, I had I went and got both of my knees replaced. One of them's okay, the other one isn't. So next Wednesday, slice that one open and repair something in there. So I'm not the happiest of camper about that because I wanted to get both of them done at one time so they'd both be on the healing in the healing mode at the same time, and they'd both be getting their strength back equally. And now one of the implants shifted or moved or something, and now I got a little bit of a bow leg going there, and it kind of hurts on this side, and the surgeon was really boggled as to why it didn't that one didn't take. But I guess that happens, or one might get rejected. So other than that, it's going to probably put me down for another number of weeks at minimum. So what are you going to do? Just a pain in the feet and the leg. So other than that, hopefully everything's going all right out there. And we're just gonna, I gotta go in for a Wuhan Chinese virus test. That's politically incorrect. It's supposed to be COVID-19, but I don't call it that. Before you go in to get your surgeries, I gotta do that on Sunday, and then once you get back to the house, they don't want you going anywhere, so just another pain in the butt. WA1QIX, W9, oh, wait a minute, we had K8, what is it, AKR? Yeah, the W9AD here, Dave. Steve, did you copy K8DJR?
I just wanted to say something like I actually have to send it out. I gotta stop in here.
Oh, I'm gonna probably hit the hay in a couple of minutes there, Steve. But really good. Good to hear you there. And your mobile is deluxe. You know, minimal background noise and everything. Quality audio. I mean, I've heard you on it before, but it's ultra fine business. It's ultra fine business deluxe. That's, and I don't think it gets much better than that. All right, we'll catch you in a little bit. And, yeah, Bob, DJR, Steve wasn't catching you out there in his mobile, but maybe you guys are a little too close if you're in the Detroit area. Let me get it back over to you, and I'm going to scoot out of here. I'm starting to get ready to crap out here. I'll fall asleep like Tim. I don't fall asleep like Timtron on the radio. K8DJRW 9AD Dave, Barrington Hills, Illinois.
Hey, W9AD, real quick before you go. W2BTK.
Yeah, there was someone else there too. Let me, but I'm not gonna stay here too long. Who was the other station besides the DJR?
Yeah, I'm not going to stay in here long either. I was just, I can't hear anybody out there except you, man. I can't hear Steve or the 8th station, but you are like a 60 dB SNR here in New Jersey. It's Bill W2BTK. I was just wondering if you give me a signal report. The band's doing wacky stuff.
Oh, JK, still hanging.
Oh, 30 over there, Bill, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's trippy. You're the only person I hear that I've been trying to listen to this QSO, and it's really having a problem. But like you're coming in here like, yeah, I don't have an S meter, but 60 dB relative SNR. I mean, I'm sitting back in my chair. So anyway, thanks for the contact. W2BTK.
Okay, W2BTK, W980. I'm on high towers. What am I doing? Pointed east. Let's see if you do like a Timmy here and point them west. Pointed west might drop a little bit. I don't know. I didn't check, but I'll go back to pointed east. Did it do any good?
There's a 10 dB difference.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 20. Sometimes, receive makes a bigger difference than transmit. It's always kind of interesting. You just don't know what's going on propagation-wise, if it makes a change. Sometimes it's exactly the same as the dipole. Other times the dipole's no good, so it's a funny thing. Okay, catch you later. BTL, W9AD, we'll say 73s. Let me yell at DJR real quick and let me get the heck out of here. I'm starting to crap out. Catch you later, W9AD.
See ya. Reverb sounds good.
Thanks.
RBA4JK.
I heard JK in there. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to jump in there and say hi to that guy. He really is coming in here strong. Everyone else is piss weak. Band's crazy right now. What? The band goes along, you direct your antennae, they're straight up in the direction opposite of that in which you want to communicate. You get better results. Well, not really. I mean, if you're directional towards the station you want to talk to, you're always going to, do a little better. I mean, and you're focusing the energy. But anyway, when it goes along, if your antenna is straight up, like my antenna is firing straight up pretty much. It's a low dipole, so the takeoff angle is very, very, very high. Lots of high angle radiation, which is great for local, but it's not that good for DX. But when the band's long, you know, it all bets are off. I mean, you know, conditions can do wild stuff, but in general, if you shoot straight up, you're going to be good local. You lower the takeoff angle, you know, like you say my dipole is up in the air like that, you know, you start lowering the takeoff angle like this and shooting out, the bounce you get off the ionosphere is going to be a lot farther away, so it's going to reflect down a lot farther away. You know, you shoot straight up, it's going to bing, 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 and die off, you know, within a couple 100 miles area, you know. The band goes long. The only thing you can really do is just run a lot of power, or like, you know, a super directional antenna towards what you want to talk to. You know, you might be able to make your own conditions, as they say, but yeah, when Mother Nature puts her foot down, that's it. Usually, it's not a whole lot you can do. I mean, lower the takeoff angle and shoot right in the direction you want to go. That's it. And get a big tube, big ass tube. If your antenna is good enough, you don't need that. But anyway, guys, I don't see what. Am I missing anything out here? I think that's just.
I catch me some Z's, so I'm going to say some 73s and say later.
Okay, Dave. W9, EDWA4JK. I'll say 73 to you, and go roll up like a doodle bug and do it again tomorrow, and I'll chit chat with Bob if he can hear me over there. And he's in Detroit, Michigan, somewhere up there. He's a ranger and his.
Yeah, well, things are winding down anyway. Dude, there's no stupid questions anyway. You know, it's if you don't know something, you ask, and hopefully it's a good explanation. But that's why people use verticals for like DX stuff. You know, not a low dipole, because the takeoff angle is a lot lower on like a vertical. Unless you get your dipole up like 100 feet or more in the air, then the dipole becomes a great DX antenna. But it's not very convenient. Not a lot of people have the means to get a dipole up 100 plus feet in the air. Unless you're like Timtron, you know. But yeah, anyway, guys, Friday night, a little 4-hour stream. That was pretty slow in the beginning, man. I'm sorry about that. I wasn't feeling that great. I had a badass headache and wasn't very engaged in what was going on. But I think we had some fun tonight anyway. So thank you all for watching. And those of you who like subscribed and followed and were cheering and stuff, that's awesome, man. Thank you guys so much. I don't expect any of that stuff, but you know, it's always nice, you know. It lets me know you guys are having fun like this. So that's why I do it. If you got friends or whatever who would think this is cool, who want to learn about radio or come ask questions or whatever, you can tell them about it. Or I posted the link for the Discord server before. That's a good place to go and like post a question, and whenever, you know, you'll get different answers from different people. And that's up when the stream isn't up. So you can always go in there and chat and stuff. I just post the link again. And hey, the other MMR, man, good to see you in here, man. Good night. From Brooklyn. And yeah, Tommy, you too, man. I'll catch you later. Maybe I'll see you guys in the Discord. Or I'm planning on streaming tomorrow night, you know. Nothing on Sunday. I'm going to my parents' house, but we'll probably see some of you guys tomorrow. If not, like I said, on the Discord server. And oh, that's why. Yeah, see? That guy who was real strong here in Nineland where I couldn't hear anybody else. Phased verticals. So that's exactly what he did. Low takeoff angle, pointed right at me.
Pizza. Oh, that pizza, dude. That pizza you made looked good. Oh, dude. Anyway, what was I doing? Yeah, Tommy, that's sick. You gotta post your setup sometime. I've seen people have real good results with them pizza stones. I don't know if that's what you use. But anyway, guys, I was about to shut this thing down. Actually, let's see if there's anybody who we might want to raid. I don't know if you guys are down for a raid. It looks like some people left already.
I thought about it in the past, just for
who
fun,
do we got?
but...
Yeah, I don't know. Screw it. I'm just leaving. Dropping the mic. Oh, metal pan? Oh, that's how they do it. The pizza. Huh. That works. Dude, whatever works. Those pizzas look good as hell. Yeah, but anyway, guys, I'm just dropping the mic and running. I go shut off the high voltage and stuff in the other room, and I go see what Boo Boo's doing. Yeah, the YC156 pizza cooker. You could totally cook a pizza with that. It'd take a while. You'd have to have a lot of things to say. Anyway, peace out, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Unless there's like a catastrophic failure, I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace.